they argue that the knights should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled, but they all agreed on the laws of the slaughter. This also meant that the revenue stream from the bush meat would no longer go into the traditional town rabbi, now it would go into the Hasidic slaughter. So the Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of this holiday. He says the Hasidim are just not studying. Not surprising, given that where they come from, they're no great work like they are in northern Europe and Pennsylvania, but nevertheless, he said they're valorizing prayer in particular, along with study of the Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis to the response. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So when you study the hidden things, before you get to the revealed things. And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about the raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, the emphasis on camaraderie and singing. And yes, alcohol is an important part of the Hasidic upbringing then and now. And they argue that this is really not appropriate for much more austere, sober Lithuanian books. The Hasidim have an expression called to be a Lithuanian, right? Cold as in Lithuanian, because we see even from the God its opposition as being something which is dehumanizing. Finally, the discussion they argue that they practice absolutely behavior. There's a certain amount of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which is probably kind of standard. It's slipped in from the Frankist movement, which definitely practiced these kinds of things, and that was a highly dissident movement that ended up very Christianity, and of course Sabbath as we see before. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was released in 1772, the altar Rabbi, mentioned earlier, Rabbi Nachman of the text, tried to go to the Vilna Gaon to have a discussion with them, but it seems that the Vilna Gaon did not want to be with them. He removed himself from the Vilna Gaon in such a way that they could not actually have a conversation with the Gaon, which is something that lives on in the Hasidic world in a very important way. The Stadnik ended up announcing this ban in 1772. They actually set some Hasidic texts on fire. This was followed, not surprisingly, by Hasidic counterbands and other book burnings of Lithuanian books that were criticizing Hasidim. This got so out of hand. In 1791, the Stadnik proposed an even stronger ban against the Hasidim that not only identified specific written works and persons with these behaviors, but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating the kosher slaughter and things like that. Really strong ban in 1781. Probably the darkest moment in this got way out of the was in 1794 when a Gnostic rabbi lost his job. A chassid was appointed by the community in his stead. He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government. And the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews down to Jews. They ended up throwing the altar Rebbe in prison for a while, and then there was counter denunciations of the Gestapo. Things got way, way out of hand, and the battle was really set between these two major groups. Now, where we are in terms of our story is that while these two groups are fighting bitterly with each other, the new factor of the Snagmaya Bastille, the enlightenment that is going to enter the world, and that's what we're going to talk about next week. But before we leave the fight between the early Hasidim and the Snagmaya, I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact on the Misnagdim, which were in many ways unconscious, but he was viewed obviously by historians. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of Rothschild, which is the most important institution of the real learning establishment in Lithuania by the Rothschild student at the time of the nation. And this represents in many ways the reaction to the Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolutionary tradition. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their use and attachment to Jewish textual study. So the Lithuanians redoubled their attachment to textual study in order to distinguish just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in Talmudic study, which by the way, there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as we move into the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly, and the Hasidim are also deeply involved in Talmudic study. But the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are really the people of the Talmud. Whereas before they had people like the Rothschild, who was the pinnacle of it, and the representation of it, the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, began to internalize it far more so than ever before. Studied the text with a ferocity and intensity that was unrivaled by the other. Another example of this revolutionary tradition the Talmud specifically became their favorite, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time on the contrast between 15th and 16th century part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Lithuanians are totally driven down in the ability to study the Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon himself was a master Kabbalist, and so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, that's the Kabbalah, against mysticism. A role lead figure of the Misnagdim was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out or can study it. It remained solely for the enemies. And the barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who study Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, linger right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi the great teacher of the Rothschild, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40, to Talmud and Moshe and so on. There was a kind of a pushback on popular Kabbalah. The Chaim of Devotion, the student of the Vilna Gaon, wrote this rather amazing book called Nefesh HaChaim, the life of the soul of life. It's a kind of because his first name is Chaim, which essentially is Kabbalah for Misnagdim. This is the Kabbalah that regular Misnagdim are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful thing. Fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing the Kabbalah involved in studying the Talmud. Fascinating material. Finally, just to give you one example, which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else, one of the ways that I've listed it in some of the traditions, so the first band has a more pronounced later bands, and one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders, known as the Sati, or the Rabbi, that they regarded their leaders sometimes with a little messianic posturing. They sometimes they practice something which the Misnagdim applied, that is this concept of the Sirach and the Shabbat, the transference of thought. Who abided with them, not holy at all. He prayed that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe prays to God that his prayers will be accepted. And so the Misnagdim said, that's facts of idolatry. Every Jew has the right to pray directly before the king of kings or the kings. And this idea of praying that your prayer should be included in someone else's prayers is really not true. So truly acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaica bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable and would fit very well with the biographies. To see it this way around. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Hasidic movement and the reaction of the staff here. I'm going to wrap it up here. We have time for some questions. But next week we're going to go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything. Thank you for your patience and your endurance and open questions. We're going to conclude our discussion of the triangular conflict that shaped much of America. For the last 2 weeks, we spent time talking about the incredible Hasidic revolution, the roots of that revolution, and needed for the Eastern European community. We spoke about the rather harsh reaction from this movement from the so-called opponents of the Hasidim, and even the name itself, Mitnaher, or Misnagher, in English pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Rebbe define themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement, and so these two revolutions sort of fed off one another. Today we're going to speak about the third simultaneous intellectual and spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern and Central Europe, and see how the mix of these two groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities that are prevalent even in today's Jewish politics. So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we touched on briefly last week. The term Haskalah is related to the word for intelligence, and was used as a translation for the German term Aufklärung, which means enlightenment in English, which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that illuminated much of Western Europe in the 18th century. Figures like Immanuel Kant, the political ideas of Rousseau, Voltaire, and others, they contribute to this idea of power of human beings, specifically in man, because they have not quite made it to consider women in certain categories and that still strides forward in that regard. That men could somehow be the arbiters of truth, that they could be both of the truth, and they could translate that somehow into the political, social, and personal sphere. An example is the Rothschild concept of tabula rasa, which is a tabula rasa, the blank slate, the idea that human beings are born devoid of any data slate, that is devoid of any writing. And what we write on that tender child's soul in terms of exposing them to education, so on, that is what the perfect human. This kind of idea of tabula rasa and the potential that it represented was at the beating heart of the enlightenment and also of the Haskalah. And when it encountered Hasidic movement and Islamic movement, there was quite an eruption because not all of the movements saw this tabula rasa exactly the same. Let us though go back a little bit in time and explore some of the Jewish intellectual roots of the Haskalah. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this. I've got two figures, for example. One of my favorites, another amazing figure, is Isaiah Rothschild. history and the pop. But it happened in the 15th century. There was a dramatic earthquake in Rabbi, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived in a lowland very close to the river, and they were worried about their buildings collapsing. So they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my school, the condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Jalala. Like usual time where they're driving, then all of a sudden, they're all at the same time. They're worried about what happens in the city. It's literally tectonic change. And the Rossi struck up a friendship with some Christian monks who were out there at the time. And they exchanged all kinds of ideas. This led to a kind of a difference among Christians in the Rossi. He ended up writing a very important book called Idea and United Like Her and Eyes. And it really took a different approach to the entire way that you should do it. It was a tremendously dramatic book because of two things. First of all, the Rossi really had a very wide open idea when it came to what science tell us about Torah. He did not have that kind of instinctive rejection that we see in the church about challenges to the temporary creative universe. Both at the center of the sun revolving around it, he said, wow, I bet there are a lot of things that we can get from science that would help us learn about the world. The specific connotation, by the way, was he wrote a study of birthplace in history, starting from Tanakh to the the second thing that was really important about Douglas, that's your approach to analysis, is that he was completely willing to engage in frank open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as one would think in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance itself. In many ways, we see this trend going back much further. We see, for example, Maimonides' comment that occurs in his introduction to the chapters, we should accept truth from whoever speaks it. Perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that his guide for the complex of his Mishnah Torah would be. He speaks in the chapters about how he on his commentary based on rabbinic sources, scriptural sources, and philosophers, Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth in these two ideas, implications of modern science, as understood within a enlightenment kind of framework of the grand possibility of figuring out everything in the Victorian model, where if you just get the laws and units right, you won't be able to figure out everything that ever happened in history, in the future as well. And at the same time, this really small society still how to tolerance this, which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that Belarus got. And these are kind of values that we can't trace as much further back in history, but they become especially important in the 18th century and the associated with life. Let's not forget one other element, which I touched on in the first lecture, and I personally have been quite fascinated with the impact of Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here. And if you recall from that first lecture a couple of weeks ago, that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. It was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get a full pass into secular culture. And even though when we got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, or New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they can shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time lot of fascinating ideas, many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo, because it's the noise that was written down in the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and the 18th century we see that expressed so well and so powerfully in this thing called message. Now, the definitely the hero, someone who's called the grandfather of Torah, is Moses. Moses of Bethel, as the original called, he was something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin, where much of his stay, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual thinking. First and foremost, because he was able to shed Yiddish, the Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, the Yiddish was overwhelmed their German skills. Frequently, it was parodied as anti-Metrics, which is a kind of bizarre, old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned, the hook pitch, the really refined, perfect contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his fluency with individuals. And I mean, it's not strange to us now, speaking in the 21st century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some fairly mild wandering out of the woods, and suddenly getting a tenure full professorship as one of the greatest universities. So it was like a cause celebre, and for many was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation of society. He was kind of like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could influence society, they could have all privileges as German citizens, which they would not, in fact, they would not achieve that until late in the 19th century. In fact, for the least in Russia, they didn't get it until the early 20th century. So post-Moses stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas, and amazingly, he did it without jettisoning his Jewish identity. You notice from the portrait, he is clean shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for Jews. Traditionalists would usually deal with that as an accusation. Although they were and are halachically most of their ways to shape the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, he was considered a Deutschland, a German, meaning he was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism. And he could think of himself as an Orthodox Jew, although the term was not correct at the time. It would be coined until a half century after his death. Considered himself essentially an observant Jew in all ways. One of the sad aspects of his life is that he was unable to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of whom but nevertheless, before his generation, for his time, century, an observant Jew who had imbibed the latest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, we should think about how we treat Jews because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend universities, to be self-taught, allow us to, pursue occupations that are very close to Jews and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Hasidim. But at the same time, we should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Weisman, who is just a little bit younger than Mendelssohn. In fact, looked up to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Weisman was a very talented philosopher. himself came from a Islamic background in the Colombia. He was, like Nicholson, a child prodigy, very good in Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his rabbinic learning skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic youth at that age. Uh, Very unhappy marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his dominating mother-in-law. And so at age 13, he ran away from home. He ran away actually from his own home, abandoned his wife. In fact, did not give her death for a decade. He also abandoned his child, his daughter, David, and would only leave him years later as they did. Uh, Solomon Lyman left Lithuania. Had actually a sort of detour to the Legions and Message, detour to Message, where he had to go there and inaugurate the church. He has a fascinating chapter about his chapter with Message. But ultimately, he felt that Christianism was an idea more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Calvinist, and he tried to put that all behind him. He came to Northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with medicine, got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels and so on, and his autobiography was very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think it was a very enlightening literature. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Lyman said, Trump is over the side. Some movies, that's why there's a TV series on Netflix, unorthodox, things like that. It's a long tradition of Oxford-Vera where holding content walls is types of literature, and that's the version of the Haskalah that was also acted at the very same time. This will be especially significant when the movement begins to bleed over into the Christian movement. So the Haskalah and Eastern Europe, just to give you my Western Europe, just to give you a sense of like the kind of issues that they were facing, and the kind of solutions that we were looking for, why the Haskalah was so significant in Eastern Europe. In the late 18th century, there was a false narrative scare that actually lasted for about a century. The consensus of scientific opinion at the time was that it was impossible to definitively define death as a cessation of respiration heart activity. And that, in fact, a person could stop breathing as far as 18th century devices were able to measure, and the heartbeat could not be detected, but the person would still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a main round that circled around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the invention of a safety coffin was actually in research on this before the lecture. Apparently, America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety coffins, specifically for this reason. There's actually a word which I forgot that specifically describes the phobia of being buried alive. Anyway, see this particular version. On the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried under the ground with his coffin. But then there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that was a little bit of a mailbox flag. And on the right hand, you see this picture. He's woken up from his multi-living trance. He's not actually dead, but he has been, falsely buried, and so he operates this little winch that flag that will pop up with the air. Hopefully, so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag flying in the air, and they'll have a chill right down that street, by the way, that probably comes from a taxi where you have to go around and you go to the ferry, but the ferry makes it around so you get to go back. At any rate, why is this relevant to the Haskalah? So when Friedrich Mecklenburg-Schwerin, which is in northern Germany, heard about these things, he was quite taken with it, and he decided to go along and take the progressive scientific position and say that in Germany, or in the region that he controlled, no one could be married to 72 hours of our lives after the death was confirmed. In other words, make sure, for sure, that the person was getting more than and this was a tremendous effect on Jewish political which of course inspired God with his origins, argued for almost a within the first 24 hours of the death. There were all these ideas in the Talmud that people noticed the desecration of the corpse, or the stuff alone, it's the lot that should be deterred as soon as possible. So the rabbis were very upset about this issue, and they went to Moses Mendelssohn for a solution. So help us out because the Duke is going to impose something on Jewish practice that is so different than what we've done for the last 1800 years. We can't have it. So Mendelssohn took two distinct positions. It's quite fascinating. On the one hand, he argued two secular authorities, the Duke and others, that the Jews should be allowed to maintain their traditional burial practices, that they have had no instances of false burials, and this is a religious thing that they should be respected themselves. But to his Jewish patriots, he said, why don't we do it in step? Because it's science. It makes sense. We should do this. Remember that Mendelssohn was also a prophet at this time, and also had the same concerns at the scientific community of Europe. And so privately with other rabbis, he said, I think we should probably do this. Now, lest you object to say, how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, oppose such a radical change to Jewish moral practice? The truth is, he was really arguing, he was saying we should go back to much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known, but in fact, much of the Talmudic period of the Mishnah period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system, where the bodies would first be interred, and then after a period of time, typically a year, then the bones would actually be disinterred and will be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Rothschild, in Israel, and places in Israel and in Italy, where we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly Jewish, marked with doors and things like that. So essentially, he was saying, why don't we just re-adopt an ancient practice, which is described in the Talmudic small chapter called Small Heart. Why don't we just go back to that practice? That way we'll be good with science and good with Judaism. It's kind of in a lot of hot water with others, not for them that he was dead set against innovation. Nevertheless, this would typically kind of pacific way to do things, saying, well, we can appreciate science, we can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little bit deeper into tradition to find the very deep things. And so, by trying to respect modern evolution, which was evolving with scientific evolution, and also, but not necessarily respect the traditional sense of the customary behaviors, what we would call people values. Things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and Mishnah, but rather, customs that sort of like attach themselves by dint of Jewish choices in other generations that would result in things like, modes of dress and beards and things like that, that more regional those elements that are not part of the body and soul itself, but rather things like the externalities. Like, for example, do you really have to wear those things everywhere? Long coats and go like this. I don't even wear it for a few years, but why don't we just wear these newfangled short jackets like the Germans do? Going on and on, listing many different ways in which the tradition could be altered for this gospel. That's the kind of position that people in this took. And the second element, which is very important, it's not just something that we have science with Torah tradition, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like Rothschild. He felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are or what is to be good, we should nevertheless embrace non-Jewish neighbors with open arms. He was trying to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. So the idea of openness to Germans population in particular was a distinguishing feature of the Western Hesperian. But remember, you've got a whole range of Mendelssohn's kind of like the gold person that he raised. You have there Lila is also in this camp. It's also saying, well, what are you trying to keep Torah, which is behavior. Then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students, really Friedlander, was of 1750 or 1834, and we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating value in German society would naturally result in the conference of emancipation and equal rights for them. But in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, reorganization of synagogue layouts and more church life. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of these were not like questioned with the Germans because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath of Saturday to Sunday, which is like absurd area, but nonetheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted by the laity introduction of organ, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, it's like bending over backwards attempts to try to prove that Jews were willing to appropriate partners in the German national interest. The Friedlander, for example, was another thought, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was proposal put forth in 1799, realizing that one of the only ways that Germans seem to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again. In figures like Gustav Mahler, Moser, Karl Marx's parents, were baptized, Heinrich Heine, the poet, that the only way that really get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? We actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior. But we will, pro forma say, yeah, sure, listen to things. This way is a so-called dry baptism. There's no water involved. Of course, it didn't work out. But you see the way to kind of thread this needle. I remember this essentially well, middle of the 19th century, articulated a very controversial strategy, which continued as one of the things that was necessary was the cleavage of the Jewish population in front of the so-called constitutional movement. The Orthodox already separated from general Jews in the context of Jewish perspective. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that Holocaust. This is essentially the essential genesis of what we need to be called modern orthodoxy, a lot of conversion. So essentially, the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and obscurities to consider Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, modern civilization. That's sort of the sense of the program is trying to focus his efforts. In case you think he wasn't speechless, religious, this title was not good with the efforts for which he did. So that the reason is I think let's go on. That's what's going on in this field, that you have these the adherents of the Hezbollah who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, on the spectrum, very willing to go so far as even have a kind of version that will get them what they want. They will have success. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, wasn't that different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe is different is that they were calculated by Jews. Russia proper is Russia before the expansion of the Catholic Church was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward, but when the Catholic expanded right around this time, the 18th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population, which she promptly sequestered in a region called the Imperial South. It's basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea on the same southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and Thessaloniki. These are all there's a massive Jewish population there, but far outweighs spiritual custom and concentration with heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities. So here, as you can see, black dots indicating cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. It's a little bit less so at the time that we're discussing, because there was a usual population here, but especially affected Jews over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the difference in scale, kind of sense of massive. Also, we should understand that there's a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of like the most civilized country in the world. This was a country of scientists that had the most sophisticated poets. They had the most remarkable composers, Beethoven, Bach, and they all just think that German Goethe and so on. They were excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, was not especially engaged with, as I mentioned a second ago, Russia proper was actually close to Jews, so Jews couldn't do it. So he was very Rothschild, unless they had special permission, because they were especially wealthy, they were involved in commerce, they were talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority lived among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the empire. Ukrainians, Ukrainians, Iranians, Tibetans, and so on. And their cultures, especially their literary culture, behind what was happening in Germany. Dostoevsky's The Tolstoys and so on were just the beginning of the huge rush of great Russian literature, but that was happening towards the end Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory, the daily settlement, had massive linguistic affinities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct movement of its own. And any kind of like challenge to traditional authority, religious authority, that you would find with us in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, this movements that we understand today as the influential Yiddishism, like the whole engagement with Jewish literature, translation, and the flowing culture of it, so on, translation, Zionism, the deeper experiment of the Jews that was heavily weighted towards the development of Eastern Europe, with Jewish socialism, the Arbeiterin, of course, elements of the Communist Party, the Mensheviks, and the Bolsheviks, and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers, not especially attractive to Russian culture. They linguistically, they either double down on Yiddish or they explain it. They generally say, hey, let's all speak to the language. A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish Jewish synthesis than you have with Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that we consider best to have. So as these ideas of Hasidim start seeping over into Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, are not deeply impressed. They say, yeah, I like you. I'm seriously drive after something. That's what you expected us to go away. But they internalize and they work different ways. For Joseph Pearl, one of the Islam of the era, so very important Hasidim of the era, and you can see right away he's wearing a kippah, very large kippah, larger than my own, in fact, but he embodies this view saying, okay, listen, a lot of great things going on in Western Europe and science and making them get emancipated and things like that. He looks around at what's going on in Eastern Europe and says, let's go distract these off. And it's those they are worse. It's not that, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on, but, they are rationalists. At least they, have a logical system and they're very sober and they are punctual and they have all these kinds of values. A sea of cars behind them. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that are not used to. All of those things that we're describing and discussing, they're really against it. And so he took a view of that usual time. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies of Hasidim. That means satires. He wrote a book called Planet's Killing, which was the revealer of secrets, which was meant to be read as if it were an actual Hasidic book. But when you read it, you would say, oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, such idiots. Ironically, he ended up really preserving a lot of interesting Hasidic ideas. With enough kind of breadth, it's one of his most, main, not more than most, a lot of the famous stories that are not been recorded because Joseph Pearl couldn't make his own book. So strangely enough, did a service for Hasidism by a book. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pearl, even though he was dedicated and educated, and made tremendous contributions to general education in Canada, in Western Ukraine, but nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies that you see how a lot here, especially figure Joseph Philip, tries to promote support for Hasidism, but these genuine popular folk the the fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1915 for various reasons. For example, the Roman Rome had now been there for almost 20 years, and there were also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in the cities calmed down a lot of that intense liberal debate. But the Hasidim and the Stadler together faced a much more significant threat from the Russian government. And so another element of Haskala's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Europe was specifically the government. And this, in many ways, poisoned relations between, on the one hand, the Islamic and Hasidim, and on the other hand, the Hasidic kind of Germany. But ironically, this meant that the Hasidim and the Stadler had come to cause against the and so to a large degree, this helped form what I would call a radio. What up? It was Hasidim, which is a
You speak English? Hello. What's up, English? How'd you find out about it?
who was influential.
How did you find out about
Had
it?
a lot of ideas about how to do it. He was deeply
Oh, very cool.
disturbed.
Excellent. How are you? Good. How are you?
Worship of the Tsar.
I've got you. I know. I get it. YouTube. That's good. I'm well, thank you.
Kind of coalesce around the Russian nationality, and the Jews were indigestible.
I'm doing well.
So he tried a twofold solution to try to wrest the Jews from their alien diagnosis, and at the same time,
What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What are your favorite things?
would bring them to the faith here for the situation. The carrot,
All right, I will calm down. Yeah, dog. I know what that means. I get you.
According to these people, methods of education, so they like them.
Excellent. That's good. What did you do today? What did you do today?
Specifically, whether or not these things that are and it's clear that it's not
Did you skydive?
because the Russian language is somehow completely divorced from everything Jewish, but they felt that it was the leading
Did you
edge.
play baseball?
They brought in Hasidim like that brilliant ball. We initially tried to set up sort of ground schools, but it was discovered by other fundamentalists that in fact these were like very thinly veiled attempts to actually convert Jewish children to Russian Orthodoxy.
Hello, how are you?
And so on. A million following that didn't happen.
Excellent.
It's how to America had this carrot rolling.
Yeah, everybody does. Join the club, dog. I'm here, baby. Excellent.
Nicholas the First said that Jewish children as young as age 12 legally, in reality, until younger than age 12 would be conscripted into the Russian army. Now, there's a lot more to say about this terrible
Yo, Pam.
had felt tremendously corrosive impact
Hi. What?
was essentially an act of
Yo, big dog.
It was the first recognizing that conscripting
What?
adults at 18 years old, Jewish males at 18 years old, they were already
Everybody
exposed
does.
to Jewish thought and culture and family connections.
What's unique about it?
They would
Yeah,
never
everybody.
completely split, so that's why we backed it off by an additional 6 years, at which point we would have 6 years left. According to our regulation, for 25 years. Right?
I'm gonna shoot my life 24/7 for those kids, big dog. Because I stream my life 24 hours a day for world peace. How I did that earlier. They did. Yeah, I did. Show you what?
This is the reason why
Show you what?
my grandfather
Calm down.
the Japanese, also Japanese war.
Calm down, big dog.
About 70% of Ashkenazi Jews
Calm
on
down, big dog. Calm down. I was going to give you.
You have a lot of
Watching
shenanigans
the game. No, I'm watching the game, dog.
toes, you know, children adopted by other families, so they consider that all these sons, it's that ages, first son, but under these circumstances, realize this leaders in the Russian government itself and in the Macedonian who penetrated into the Russian government using their position to try to, in their own way, with their own misguided way, to enlighten the Jews and use the state power to do so. So this coalesced in the
You need to be nice.
but not everyone is this general assessment. There were some exceptional figures, like Eddie speaker here, who does a mass skill. Unlike Joseph Pearl, who did not agree with skill issue. And in reality, it's a kind of an elevated approach to the three-way conflict that was developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from a book he wrote called The Brotherhood, Shalom al Yisrael, in which he writes, God saw that there were three shepherds going on the opposite of the way to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, to oversee its logic and its virtues. The Hasidim and Philippians southern Poland, the rest of the place, to martial devotion to family members of feeling. It's not him to Lithuania, like they say in English, called to be a Litvack, told this to be there. They have phenomenal sense of that power, useful, and so on. But they're cold, they're like very thoughtful sense of what is the detail and very focused on the argument. People on the other hand, so maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges. They're much more inclusive and they're much more, for example, prayer. The founder of democracy said he went to the Nagi, to learn how to pray. To learn Hasidic thought, to learn how to pray. Because he prayed as with enthusiasm. Hasidic resurrection. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Nachman's episode, the journal, called him to trace the greater than light of the religion. It's hard to disregard that a lot of the ideas that he today desire that was really part of my mind of listening to the truth and accepting that whoever speaks it is valuable that allows the Jews to license of the Jew itself in so many areas of the but I have to conclude with Shalom al Yisrael because I identify very much with that different, not better enthusiasm, religious ecstasy, and open-minded nationalism and modernism. These ideas really form quite a bit of the Jewish community today. I think it is the diversity of thought and multiplicity of perspectives that really helps the Jews exist as a community and as a Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. It's really a great honor to speak with you. One of the things that I find so exciting about early Jewish community in Amsterdam, particularly 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that really went on very illustrious to this period. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah of 1695, in particular the copper engravings that really set the signal for many, many more Haggadahs for centuries, right up to and including the Maxwell House Haggadah. And we all love reading Haggadahs with great illustrations. And the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is that musical individual Abraham von Yaakov. He was from 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland, and what we didn't really know about his background, that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor because he had great familiarity with the poetry and Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those talents together in the Amsterdam. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was a man who married twice. We don't know about his first wife, perhaps that was when he was still pregnant. His second wife, however, was Deborah, who was a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brothers, Solomon and Joseph, who published the 1712 reprint of the 1695 Haggadah, and they were not allowed to take them as associated. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic, and Yaakov. And normally, with a conflict name, Bar Abraham, but there's no question about it because he refers to himself elsewhere as Mishpachat Abraham. I think it was from the family of Abraham. Anyway, let's have a look at this image. That's just what it is. So here's the title page on the absolutely gorgeous. This is a representation of Moses on the right, the technology for Aaron, the high priest on the left. Those are repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving was a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustrations. Here you can see a gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh, this fine engraving Moses is in the eye. You see in the center of the river, in the midground there, is Moses in the basket, and then some compressed timeline. The wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son, the third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who's not the so they're actually different side on the more deeply that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images from the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations of Christian sources, which is perhaps something that has become familiar with through this earlier Christian stuff. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah at the top left, in which, by the way, ironically, it says up here in German, which is ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing, but this is also from 1931, so he's writing that, so it's all pretty well in the public domain. But anyway, three of the four sons are simply flipped and mirror images taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the speaker Kyle and Matthias Mary and Basel in the mid 17th century, combined with illustrations. So you see, for example, the from the wise son is actually from the picture of Hannibal, who's offering the sacrifice on his right. The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier with a broad right in big battle. And then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of Prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then it's just flipped as well, and it has this added reinforce the so the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very clear in the 17th century. Just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is beautifully documented. You see the right hand at the bottom of the signature says Abba Yahweh, and I find it interesting that he chose specifically motivated underneath a picture of a story from the book of Jonah, in which the storm sea flows overboard and swallowed up by something aquatic creature and then spit out safely onto land. And it just wonders, very tempting to think, is this what Abraham by Yahweh God by himself? And he too, in a very tumultuous era, landed in Amsterdam and found his wife and the family and the next day as Prophet Abraham. Fascinating, sure. I hope you enjoyed this video. We'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with picture with the pictures. Thanks very much for watching. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher biblical usage. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of Jewish waterways of Europe. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little first spice, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And one of those fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. So let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Julio Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1630. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different countries. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1580 to a good Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown of Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. So there was this tolerance for like 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian and yet nevertheless in an open secret were practicing Jewish practices. The Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc on many Jews living there. And so many Jews were deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians. There was a distinction between the so-called old Christians who had never had any experience with Judaism and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't have too much time for this video. Anyway, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager, and he had understood that he was a good Christian. And as he studied theology, it's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it, he was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Costa, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity because for 1583, the Inquisition had been for 50 years. Jews have been persecuted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's doing about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and then trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian program. That was 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read. He's coming to adopt his new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution, and he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and matriarchs, David and Solomon. As he's around them, they are regular people who are talking about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he's angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in the Jewish context. It essentially is a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So, he was first excommunicated in 1618. He goes back, he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted. But he doesn't stop. He's still bothered by the fact that how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Mario Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. At the end of the story, perhaps we'll see why this was especially important. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that I'm describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want this kind of less track himself. When his mother passed away, he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself in Christian communion. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual, spiritual disciplines. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall be happy. It's very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in partnership with Hebrew, and he ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time. And this brought him to the attention of and so in 1640, he formally says to the village, I feel like I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in these activities anymore. And the date did Amsterdam Jewish court and was extremely harsh sanction on him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And amazing, he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue walk over side of abject humiliation. He was incredibly impressed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide called in Latin, Exemplar Anarchita, an example of a human life, a terrifying death. And terrifying story. Very sad. Obviously, an individual who is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history and the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distanced from Judaism in the normal way. He had no Jewish community, and developed this special idea of Judaism as well. He never came to really make sense of the difference between Judaism and the Jews. But nevertheless, his experience and the problematic way in which the abstract tried to not only for the difficulties of navigating modernity, when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various postures towards religious identity. In other words, the abstract agent is really trying to enforce a medieval concept of Judaism, where everyone had to behave according to the set rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of new Jewish identities are rapidly becoming evident in society. One of the most profound links we may have all participated in is regarding Spinoza. Not that much later, after Apostle's experience, led to a similar experience with the Rothschild, but many have drawn the direct connection between Apostle's experience and Spinoza himself. This painting by Samuel Herschenberg gave a remarkable representation of Spinoza's life and his life in general in the 19th century. He shows the young Spinoza as an innocent looking child, colorful clothing, blonde hair, holding lots of flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more brooding and unhappy Acosta, as if he is Acosta's student, as if he is the inner of his life. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives us some insight into the complexities of the abstract community, and in particular, the Portuguese element, so important hospitality to Amsterdam Jews, but also intellectual ferment that was produced intellectual scholars like Stevenson. Okay, now this sad video was beautiful, and I want to see this tour because he's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to travel once again with National River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer, rather trips to go back to that. One fascinating little incident associated with the cruise in Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe Ben Israel, Manasseh Ben Israel, very important person who was not the chief rabbi actually of Amsterdam, but a very prominent rabbi, and his association with the 10 laws. A little background about Menashe Ben Israel first. He was actually from a commercial family, like many of the Jews of the 16th century. His family had roots in Portugal, and the more liberal environment in Amsterdam made it possible for many of the Jews who had been living as crypto Jews to make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identities and make their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crypto Jewish family. He was actually baptized at the age of Manuel Diastorero. The Inquisition accused Menashe's father of practicing Judaism secretly, and he very narrowly escaped being burned alive in Alta Cafe. So the family escaped from Portugal, made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that are in Jewish tradition known to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe and Ephraim, hoping they all get along. And the child prodigy is actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, but also he had a very kind of a broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and communicated in multiple languages to people of many faiths. He was very ecumenical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. His living really there as a writer, as well as a publisher. This was a proven history. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Montesinos, who was also one of these Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world, and he made his way to eastern Ecuador when the story he tells is absolutely fantastic. He is guided by an indigenous guide to the population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew. They recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew, proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with people on the other side of the river frequently, although he's never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them, speaks to them across the way, and they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian people who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuben. Levi, of course, was from the tribe of Reuben. Now, our thinks this is an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and relates his story there. The Menashe Ben Israel was present at the time that he related the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention across the story. Interesting in our related story because there is a whole area that specifically associates the rediscovery of the continuous and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot behind this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and Indigenous peoples of America. Here's one copy of Nation of here just around this time by Thomas Torgood, Jews in America, or probabilities that Americans are of that race. The Indigenous peoples, the First Nations, the Native Americans are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph there. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they've been tracking down the story and have been talking to the nation of Israel. This is also recall around the time of Shabtai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianist fervor going on the continent, in England, and also Jews too at this time. Menashe in Israel begins to get caught up in it, begins to think more deeply about the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mikveh Israel, the book of the hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later in November, the modern-day review, the subtitle says Al Dabar Aseret Hashvatim Makom Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they live. He also issues this in Spanish. Here you can see Esperanza de Israel, the hope of Israel, and of course in English. Here it is, the hope of Israel. It has been this illustration of the national strategy. It's a fascinating story on how they got involved in this, and they became quite a bit more famous as a result of this promotion of the story that in fact these people in Ecuador may be part of the lost 10 tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. And who were those lost tribes? You'll recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, as far as we can tell from the biblical text we see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of this population would be deported to Babylon, specifically the waste of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these nations would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern Israel are sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out to Iran, Iraq regions. So these are very rough estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually were there. There's some ostraca, for example, like these pieces of clay that record Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the local records and so on. Beyond the scope of our discussion, there's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular strange devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the 8th century before the Common Era, so it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel with regards to the tribes, but it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth. Say out of one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time Jews were not allowed to live in England, and Menashe ben Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular with regards to the possibility of reintroducing Jews. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Israel said. That's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and political thinking that was going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me in Ocean River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites hoping that the conditions would improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to travel, especially with forward visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with pushing river cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in history. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of these figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible revolutionary Rothschild. The most amazing things about the connections with Amsterdam and the Rothschild, as he's is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge from many persecution, not only as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and could not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see in particular with the adventure time. So first of all, who was Rabbi? He was a child prodigy, a genius who wrote quite really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different sectors of Jewish intellectual in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called the Silas Yesharim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible sort of self-help guide, an ethical guide, and a masterful statement of Jewish morality and the way in which it can be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoy it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel something connected to it in my own personality and a desire to read it again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when we look over the course of the 18th century onward. For example, it's a remarkable diversity of people who really enjoyed it on top. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was a Hamas, enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer in the general European world, and that European studies, culture, literature, art, music, science, and so on, but also enrich the Jewish perspective of it. He had tremendous respect for also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Rothschild was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and all modern Hebrew literature stems from this 18th century figure. For those who are very close students of Rothschild, I know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it was in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramban. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about Hasidim, we've talked about Hasidim, the Vilna Gaon, the great Litva, the Lithuanian traditionalist in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Rothschild's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in the Silat Yesharim until chapter 11. What that word is, maybe fair chance for us to I'd like to share with you what the Vilna Gaon also said that if he were alive at the same time the Rothschild, with their lives spent just very slightly, would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study. The biography of Rothschild is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14. He wrote grammar, linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first books of how to public speaking. He wrote quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They could pay more tuition. They had to offset some of the expenses of non-Jewish students and so on. But anyway, they could earn a medical degree fact that a lot of undue and the Rothschild started expressing some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which are beyond the scope of this very short video. But he was attacked in particular by a figure Rabbi who thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi shown here, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbat movement was. You can see in some of these woodcuts that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews selling their properties and living in Amsterdam, where they had a very large following, and preparing to pick up a bunch of history. However, Shabtai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing his quest of losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabtai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number actually continued, believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, perhaps that they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dinamite, who were active right up until the 20th century in politics and Turkey, for example. But back to the Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild felt that the Rothschild was actually the secret father of Shabbat Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually looked at the Rothschild. They were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young in Kabbalah. He usually studied for people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard, which is one of those things that bothered them. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this spoke with a child, and he felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find a more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Rabbi, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without any consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt, telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbat Tzvi, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath that he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and perhaps most tragically, the Frankfurt Beijing seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine possible heresy, and finding none but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away, and then they lost the sight of their burial. And so many of the Ramchal's phenomenal works are lost to history until perhaps one day it will be the teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his creed, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on his suspicions. He was incredibly upright and especially talented young man. And so, in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. And it was finally in Amsterdam where he found some rest. As we've spoken about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal and giving him the respect he needed and a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life here in Amsterdam, as they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they were told the negative repercussions of the situation of the William Costa that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So Rothschild was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and it is there that he wrote his remarkable work in the Sira especially excited about it. I haven't studied the Ramchal in a while. Perhaps he was when you were in Shiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal. In the 1990s, a new version, not a round version, but the Ramchal's old man was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one I've studied for the last 200 years. It was a dialogue version, which the entire theme and plot of the Session is expressed in terms of two old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on, in fact, comparison that has kind of become like a modern Orthodox Jew, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super hustler. Says Tehillim all day, and Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it's really so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. But anyway, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Rabbi because connection from Amsterdam, and I'll try to understand a little bit more of the spot and what it had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on the rivers. It's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, no deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to, obviously, same as you for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on because, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that will be happening will be our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of the particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's literally so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which basically comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is the place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today. Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world, all of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences? And why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond, because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s? That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for a discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand, let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things. So for Dave, I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam. Then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes in English we refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have a lot of parties, muddy, and things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when oil was discovered. New York, of course, what I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from the sea fate in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled him and said, no, let those Jews in. And boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty before about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. There's a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or statistic, a large number of Kohanim and Levim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa, through Spain, then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there's a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. Now, I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with Poland, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula, and of the unusual effects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptisms. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those 3 things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition is gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella, and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the terms Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism. They had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when we got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see these Jews beginning to organize themselves in synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact, they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse, because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, excuse me, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. The first thing is it was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later that reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son. And they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime. And all they were doing was praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, as far as we can tell. And they let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam. And they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe. And only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens incidentally in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish. And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again. Right? And now they are in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and establish a Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he was Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends. because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought it was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Real da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation for the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Costa, was a lens grinder. In fact, died from lung ailment, from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me, I gotta tell you this quick joke. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they're placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut up. Don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him, like Acosta, under a harem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get the picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Eschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue, and others looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of his major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there is there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and Mike Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption of Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important literary products of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was this very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenida Abravana, very important figures from Spain who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's a strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods, the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small detail from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. Ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them, but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that God willing, we'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such an interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because you said it all. So, thank you very much. And
You can ask questions, David. If no one else is ready to ask, no, everyone's afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
maybe I will again act as the thumb and during the Haggadah, asking simple questions because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the votes. I will think of something very, very difficult and that I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way to see the Jews are al-kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book, and they really know the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. The printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry, and Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s, and then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing in big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors, things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Bale Juba. They're essentially coming to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time or place, and they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be orthodox, small O orthodox. You can give us new thoughts. One of the most important Amsterdam Jews at the time was Nasa Ben Israel, who published the theory that that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the extinction of the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a huge popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between the milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate. Totally wrong, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, and I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, if you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the the expositors of halakha, especially in the times of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And especially the sense of taste, so you don't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is indication on a historic basis. Excellent question, anyways. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. So I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that we will continue on the boat, and we will. You all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we all try to have that Jewish aspect of we're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part. You got to understand both sides of the coin, and that which makes it really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people have been on our cruises before. They start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. There is always schedule, and there's always things happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our cruise later, which is just sign up. No deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal, and then for next year we have everything from, as you see on our website, which we keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, thank you, everybody.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today
results of a study that read. It's absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to South France. So let's start with this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th to the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland, Ukraine, and eventually make their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? There are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of the research available through DNA studies. And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I looked at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian Peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz and Northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence or southern France, and then up into the Ashkenazi heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the toponymous families centered there and so on, it's always been through the Italian Peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's some sort of DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work looking at these original populations. One of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazi Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi Jews. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces based on the DNA that was collected. They were also able to reconstruct some of their complexion, eye color, and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up corrected DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. In fact, in Israel, whenever there's some destruction going on, and they find the remains ancient cemetery, they take all kinds of precautions. They can't dive in and start dissecting the remains of these ancient who lived there. So there's always very difficult in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ali Goldman, who did this fascinating preprint study that gave us the results of a new study. Let me show you that study and how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of the Ashkenazi. So first of all, it's dealing
documented Jewish. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Data from Evil German Jews Show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long total. It was so fascinating to read. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient airport, the medieval airport. You can see in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and on the bottom you see actually discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also, fascinating, we looked at differences in the enamel. We're able to identify the fact that some of the remains came from a slightly different location. But we are absolutely fascinated with this. But what I really want to focus on is the idea of the founder event and something called the genetics bottleneck, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to Ashkenaz in the first place. Please have a look at painstakingly created for you illustrates how I see the idea of the genetic bottleneck. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. I speak specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Air Force research. So, the Jewish nation Israel, there's really no category of race in traditional Judaism. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish grid coming into the Jewish genetic population base. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of the Moabite woman Ruth, who of course comes in and marries Boaz, then later one of her offspring is the logical descendants is David, King David. You have Antipater, who was the father of King Herod, who's Ismael. You have Helena, Bene, which converts to Judaism and joins the Jewish people. It's actually very Jewish. So you've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community later in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant historical displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War from 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 7 years later. And there's already an existing Jewish diaspora who's living in the peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So, beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians, and later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by the connections to other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly, some of them involve conversion of one form or another, or some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes. But at any rate, we definitely have a mixture of DNA during the early part of the antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland in central Germany throughout the time. And that is genetically calculated because about 45 generations ago, you work with a number of about 25 years per generation. And the authors of the study suggest That founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800, and that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that the people who were buried in Erfurt, the 13 who were discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA, to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of the genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz until about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile we see a couple of remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to medieval. I don't know what this would look like if you would examine it again in 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here. And basically, the picture we have is where the number one is. We have these exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman-Jewish wars. They settle in Italy. There, they mix with the local Italian population and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazi heartland. And the actual percentages, it's hard to calculate precisely because there's some time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence. So they would go to Italian influence. But the authors of the study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains somewhere between 50 to 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian states. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications. As for example, the Rothschild study was able to identify specific, illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, for example, breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for daily observers. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, of a Khazarian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research, and it is also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly basically arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish, some other population of Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists, they've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, join me on our Interpolitical News to the Netherlands, where we'll be focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Hello, fellow students and teachers. I'm really excited about this upcoming years and future because together with the amazing group of people at Interpolitical News, I'm planning to visit the Joint River Valley in the South France. It's absolutely a fascinating place for development teachers. It's the region of Rothschild, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas connecting with the Iberian Peninsula with Central France and connected through Italy across the Mediterranean, like the Florence, Vermont, translators that we did information. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Clubhouse a long time ago, right? Benjamin of Tudela. He traveled to Clubhouse to parts of Margaret discovered somewhere between the years 1159 and 1157 and returned around 1173. So he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels so far past the whole and it's basically a very early travel written in the people. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors with reference because it's copied so many times over and over again, and the so-called optimized or short distance parts of using and so forth. Anyway, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of it, and it was translated in all kinds of European languages. This is a pretty rare thing for someone to travel this distance. It can really only be done well by an army, which essentially was distinguished something like this in that century. But traveling into was Jewish trust, connect Jewish words all around. In fact, that's exactly what he did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like Toro, very interested in Toro, suggest that maybe it's part of the gem trade profession in the United States. But all the way along his travels, he beautifully notes the nature of the churches, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews who say there's Jewish customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he goes to Provence. See this map here. This is a pretty reliable route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but heard about while he was on. Records those connections as well that I got. But he starts out in Tudela, which is northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. See the beaches of Provence here have the cities like Avon, Béziers, Béziers, Lunel, and these are all places associated with great burgeoning Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that is actually there. You mentioned some of the things people who arrived at, like Rabbi Abraham ibn Daoud, the Rabbis, who wrote fantastic critiques on Maimonides, with references to all kinds of people that study post-Torah, familiar with them, the Talmud itself. Really, really interesting. The historical value of this dating from the 12th century is really incredibly precious. It gives us lots of information about trade, photography, provides many firsts. For example, the very first account that was used on the first European reference to China by that name. It gives us sometimes the only source that we have for a long time about, for example, the false sign of David Alroy. That we had actually nothing to go with. Spent way more time talking about something very interesting in Central National, more than the of travel and cities like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities that are so obviously the people who he was in contact with at the time. He was quite good about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into his heritage. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise to the River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing it with you. And thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher book cruises. Really looking forward to this part of the world. And today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in West Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch versions of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with the typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of a mud spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Mauthausen. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. They actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this, and it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, is actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jews. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. And that's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost else in Western Europe and Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, discovered, and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against the Nazi group. Every February 25th, these people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant, and they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie. And it's actually really worth looking at because you see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. He is a dock worker, but he's not like a Soviet, certainly not like a massive heroic model of like bulging pectorals and things like that. With his strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking from his labor. His hands is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like relaxed mode. But his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocities that's going around them and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, especially Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage the spirit so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of work. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when he's in Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course, some video thoughts. Thank you very much for watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I'm going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really excited about being part of Crucial Group of Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. We usually take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life, like while we actually visit here in Africa, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that we scheduled for scheduled for August this year, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry. We'll have a little bit of opportunity to for some Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the so why don't I get started right away with the material? I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so. Yeah, okay, so here we go. The origins of the city. First of all, let's look where exactly it is. Following Belgium, the Netherlands area. As you can see from this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's a picture of Holland in particular, where the Netherlands in particular, which is made up of North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this political map here that various administrative provinces, but really this map here, which still shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level. And of course, you can see Amsterdam, which I mentioned up on the blue in there. It's protected by some kind of barrier island. But it is actually inundated with the waters of the Atlantic, flooded. So how is it possible to have a city there? This is quite a bit of this research right up to the beach rafts that people see that. How is it possible that this region is settled? So this is the origin of a very clever and well-known Dutch thing. Folks keep out of it. God created the world, but the Dutch created art. And this is absolutely true in very, very real ways. What this refers to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Poland in particular. The creation of stakeholders, which were essentially, by managing the water, looking up the heat, draining the heat, to be able to actually create serviceable land where the could be actually farmed and actually built on. This really begins in the 14th century and it continues to success afterwards. There are a couple of pictures here. This is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the beside this region. You can see the Trinity screens there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this region very, very large areas for farming and for such where you get of low countries because of course the most level and the rest is back to now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very considering as I recently read Dr. Schulte's remarkable book on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as well. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where mobility didn't, the land because the land was underwater, it was actually ocean. And so here you have a whole bunch of peasants who say, hey, listen, if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean, then let's see how it's right. That would take on to where we could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this can be done is if we all cooperate with each other, if these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism. You've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally you will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of landless peasants deciding to cooperate with the society together, has the unusual passion of the Dutch mindset. Dutch culture includes so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I have across this is called Gedoga, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social map and keep the older terrain and do what it needs to for the water management, you're there to just live and let it do what he's going to do as long as he is serving the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, that was the okay. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see it certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial with America, especially the United States of America, is much more one of the middle issues in the and what's especially important for us, I really appreciate this very deep geology and that kind of discussion of which it has a huge impact on Jews, because Jews can be great citizens of this region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of the society that needs to act together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered. They were able to great abilities in this part of the world for many hundreds of years with a very unique society. So that's what I look at. start first of all with where the Jews came from. How did they get Jews everywhere in the first place? So we have to step back a little further, quite a bit further actually, because how did the Jews get to Europe in the first place? So the very, very earliest evidence is the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestry back to the region of Ashkenaz, basically born there from Nile. This is, the term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis, and it's just one particular reference. Maybe there's a reference to China as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly likely to be located somewhere. That term is associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much later. Here's basically how they get there. And this, by the way, is derived somewhat from literary record. We have a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenazi several hundred years after they were already settled there. That bears all of the challenges of legendary history of Jewish. And as a way to try to explain reality, not necessarily describing the historical process, but also the problem fascinatingly with DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific matter that actually bolsters the position. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which is just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews of ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossal, devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea that founded in the first century, starting in the year 66, that was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while, which is a series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70, with pockets of resistance that lasted for more years. This was the great Roman Jewish war that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kiko and a much bigger rebellion that was rivaled the first war that we once did. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the first war of the rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they were as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is very accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through the Jewish how so if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, which is time. Earlier in time at the bottom, later in time at the top, are Jews of ancient Israel, and then in the first and second centuries, about 2,000 Jews and slaves were them. By the way, it was already a living little prior to that first Roman Jewish war. In fact, a good 200 years prior, that the mass took place after the first and second century. And then while they're living there, they're also educated about society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship, eventually a fairly large number of citizens in the Roman Empire. And you begin to see penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done as part of the free conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder of that. This is the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources and later posted by evidence, a very small group of people, not very, but the larger region of Italy, take the gospel in the cities of Turin, Mainz, Speyer, Florence, and they settled there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from is their mitochondrial DNA, little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only when it passes down means that they have four specific mitochondria. Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, Leah, but probably not. But anyway, these people were the version is allowed to is, and so these women were hopefully not small groups. We know the names of some of these families. The autonomous family, for example, made their way to the north at this time. And it's confirmed by major discoveries that where there's DNA evidence that reveals that they were in fact people. In the English Orange, that the 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well. Then this was discovered in the 21st century when the construction for a shopping mall and found this built up well inside it. There was this wonderful discovery of all these bodies split up, all thrown in there at the same time. And they were able to analyze the DNA and discover that in fact very similar to the modern day and that their DNA matched what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where it's suspected in advance that people buried there for Jewish types of historical data. People working with the skeletons asked for appropriate guidance for DNA entities that have been separated from components. And by analyzing the DNA of those people, because Jesus has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to disinter corpses and rebury them and things like that. So they studied the separated team of these 33 bodies they found, which is just like the trove that was found in Norwich. These people were also closely related and Christians that were very close to modern Ashkenazi Jews. And there was a kind of genetics bottleneck where, as opposed to like having a together over interest, there's a small group of associated with modern day Jews who basically only marry each other. Obviously, has some genetic challenges. There are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, Barca Street is related to breast cancer, cystic fibrosis, Tay-Sachs, and all kinds of things like that. Ashkenazi Jews, where they get married, they typically want technology to screen themselves to make sure that they're acceptable marriage partner or maybe they're. Anyway, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 7 years. And that the automatic Jews or genetically very related to that founder generation, like founder generation. One last detail before we come to that map that I want to clarify is there's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews will eventually retreat more to very expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures and the variety of Eastern Europe, that would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular, despite this Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to the Tsar, Turkey, Khazars, who around which there was a legend of this murder of Jews in the 8th century, that in fact was argument that one Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather than from Middle Eastern Jews against Italians. So DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map of members of molecular DNA. The purple lines are the most important registers. After the first century, the massive Jews largely as a traffic of into the Italian peninsula, and then continue on in the 9th century up to northern Europe, where most of the Jews that were making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the Green Line, and then go housing population very far east, so it becomes much more dominant in the political Commonwealth.
Mr. Perry.
That's basically the charting out major population Jews, which largely corresponds to Italian look at
Are you ready for me?
Ashkenazi Jews in airport discovered. The Ashkenazi Jews there have about 45% of their DNA going from the Middle Eastern populations that used to be ancient Israelite Jewish population. And about 45%, that's very large. Now look at you, large amount of
That one come over.
It's how that's how it's started. They lived for several centuries. That's basically how Jews got Europe. Perfect. So
That's what I'm talking about. That's how it started.
about the 13th century, then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest
Yeah.
was the Rhineland, which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west from the Netherlands. Don't forget that the draining of these swamps, the bogs that made up made it all the was not really deeply underway until the 19th century. So there's like not nevertheless, we begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling through the end up in this region. Well,
Right.
15th century, they're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really scattered references. This continues recently over the 14th century, but really things happen.
That's what I heard about that.
And this map is also
Now,
there's a map that describes the Spanish and
that's what I'm talking about.
the age of the great expulsion of 1492, the forced conversion of Portugal to Switzerland, settled Spain, and the associated the exodus of Jews from that region as well. So let's just pause for a second what is going on here with this. To be able to understand the Spanish expulsion, it's massive impact of European Jewish history. You really have to go back to about 100 years before the expulsion. 1891. There was a riots directed at Jewish populations. Those the idea and the consequences of the riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had like masses of angry peasants descending on church charities and demanding that they would put and very millions of Jews were elected to undergo religious practice, often done right then and there when the whole was spot and Jews were kind of like deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long doubted this practice nevertheless was kind of trapped in this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it is done under duress, they are under restoration. And so you have this unusual situation that happens lasts for about a century, where you have these people who consider themselves Jewish and yet were legally Christian. And were free from all of the anti-Semitic restrictions that have required them to live in certain regions, everybody can hear when I do patients. Come on.
There we go. Yeah.
All of a sudden, this is how they receive Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon. There is a spectrum. There are some Jews that became true believers and deeply committed themselves to Christianity, while others who are deeply resentful of the position of Christianity. On the other hand, we go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary, and actually, I'm talking about now these crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up and every area however, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were illiterate, they were urbanized, and they had a very high level of they were based on education. And so over the next 100 years, they have progressed from 1391 until the eventual expansion. That was phenomenon where there was like a centralized class, like a society where people who trace their origins back to Jewish roots, and they have been extremely active in their Jewish
I should have gotten that was good enough. That was the shot.
in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides that Brown in Spain decides that they're going to something like this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at Jews and their relatives who had been baptized and yet were not behaving as all of the requirements of Christians. Or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so we had this whole purge-like movement set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaizing, torture them. Torture, and they torture these people in homes, all kinds of people that they actually also Judaizing. This was information derived under the masses, not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition. Right. So by 1490, Copacabana, the black also
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
The reason is because they are still not baptized, legally practicing society. They're still maintaining schools, they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of intellectual, spiritual oppression. So Copacabana argued persuasively, Isabella, that all of the Jews have to be converted, not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular there was massive exodus, as you can see from the red lines, where the whole of Africa, the whole Mediterranean basin, Constantinople was very important refuge for them, and then they would go back to Israel, where they would put the kernel.
That's all we can do. Yeah, I don't understand.
Across the whole to Portugal. What happened there is especially significant because Manuel the First decided that it was
Right.
not expedient to expel these Jews.
Right, I get that too. People just think that the only people who use the internet are between the ages of 18 and 25. We started the internet.
Started this all back in 1391. And made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, we're just going to this issue, but 30 years, worry about things. Right? That eventually they would assimilate with the Portuguese society. He wasn't really wrong. But the position came from Portugal in the 16th century. More greater than that could happen in Spain. So many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to
He doesn't make it.
many of them went to Brazil because of Portuguese there. Some of them without root next to the which was the so a lot of them went to Netherlands. So they had this this influx of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, Portuguese landscape, Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews still thinking of themselves as Jews, building synagogues and praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origin back to Portugal specifically, and where they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries, they could travel to England, where the Jews had been created in the 8th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advancement of the economy. And so, if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of the Dorgan, right? Illegal, but unofficially tolerated. There's a lot of Spanish people thought they basically these people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved in their training agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity and keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we persecute them? This was also in line with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region. In contrast to Lutheranism, much more prevalent in parts of Germany, Calvinism was more of the tolerant version of Calvinism rather than held Luther's original position that Jesus was born Jew and so on. There was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong foothold in the Netherlands, establishing these there. Officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior and just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century. And they succeeded. They were tolerated, they were permission to establish synagogues, they printed prayer books, things like that. And later on, the joined by steps of Ashkenazim, who were coming as Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the United of 1648 we live in an era that is Ashkenaz-centric, just the way the population movements of the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so we have this stereotype of Ashkenazic kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and Portuguese Jews, where the younger brothers, in reality at this time, definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for massive Ashkenazim. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations, very different attitudes, very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are, as a distant second here, not even second, but famous for me, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting. If you've heard any of my lectures on Da Costa before, please forgive me because I think some of this figure quite is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish identity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It's very dangerous because the Portuguese Jewish parents tell their kids that they were not Jewish because that could have been a whole position down there. So his parents ultimately divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree at the University of Coimbra in theology. And he was very, very excited about it. He said, this is fantastic. And they moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, has largely had this, uh, this idea of what Jews should be like, that entirely on the open the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David, that wow, Jews are so fantastic. They're God's answer. So they were regular people, but they were sometimes, not so careful with their language. Sometimes that's don't analyze a little bit. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticized the Jews from within, but he was asked kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Christian more than once, and after the third, he kept on coming back some years after he separated. Ultimately, after the third ritual humiliated Rabbi Shema, he decided that he would worship God and take his own life by suicide. 12-page suicide. Then he would drop the cup and said, for my life, you died an example of a human life that says a lot, and not only of Jewish identity, but that you see in modern era. Sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that the husband has this, he's all dressed in black, has this kind of claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, this 1,000-yard stare. It's very somber and a little morbid. And sitting on his lap is this carefree boy with long golden curls, languidly holding onto some flowers while looking askance, having the text of a book that's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap without his many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much the same process as Acosta did. But unlike Acosta, was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist from 1907, a few years later, to this version of Spinoza excommunicated. He was a Jewish and he was blinded. He became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible and he essentially invented what we call the rabbinic thesis. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza and more than I can spend here, but anyways, he is an architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community. Ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of giving people the permission to be tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded some hatred with fear for this page that you see the attitude of sorry about that, but much more sitting of Spinoza because he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community for good or ill, depending on how you understand this stuff. There was a place of tremendous activity, exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. They recognized this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark in printing of copper engravings that illustrated that Haggadah hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Rothschild, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that sea creature, and then he was finally deposited on solid ground. Abraham Yaakov signed his name at the bottom there, built someone was lost in the sea of intellectual and cultural ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism and became a very important master copper engraver. And his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families here in America because one of the most famous Haggadahs that survived primarily because it was available for free from the local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah published by the Maxwell House Coffee Company is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam Haggadah. we get to the 20th century, it's very political. Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society, and one of their most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, and specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. You can see here through a document that was circulated. You can see strikes, which means strike, in the sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the use of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling discipline, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is only one of its example in all of Nazi propaganda. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from these remarkable pieces, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where they talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero, pectorals and romantic jaw and things like that, which would have been really travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, official Superman type art. And this is like, he looks like he's late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe, but he's looking up to the sky and his hands are slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's very, very touching and worthwhile story. I can't wait to see it today. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, particularly, of course, that's very much Anne Frank was killed and lost her life after a recording her thoughts in an diary they were published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact on the Holocaust, which most other countries that's exactly out there. But after the Holocaust, the influx in particular of refugees from Eastern Europe, Jewish people, the Jewish population eventually reconstituted in these regions, and then began to succeed and thrive once again. So I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those who are on the call, who are able to join us, it would be great. I'm going to do my presentation now, and then turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, let's see what I've got for Q&A. Stacy, let's get the number ahead. You're most welcome. So, Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents. Usually, Marano. This Marano has kind of fallen out of favor in scholarly world because it didn't really mean to be, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. They would prefer terms of crypto-Jew or Verso or even Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza and Mike Costa descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. As Flores asks, Cletus Village board member inclined to amnesty Maya because they want to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates Jewish historiography of was the expulsion of Jews primarily an relevant to Jews. And they really wanted to live in all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally group-aligned, but also Muslim-aligned, and they wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the summer between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were state debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. So it was something like that required quite an investigation for the next century. There's Stacey out means that one of the Jews, Spanish Jews, were embarrassed by the Jews who descended off the Shadrach. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a very increased enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in example, the earlier first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good about the Jews that are coming from Ukraine and Poland, Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, in time in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Rothschild writes, how is it possible Dutch intolerance strikingly is not treatment of Jews who are most devastating spirits of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not a simple answer, particularly in a short period like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitude towards how they occupied states in the West, with regard to the naturalization of people, and how they treated states in peace, like Poland, for example, like how they say regard as their kinship and Germans. And the degree to which the local population cooperated with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis. It's very, very difficult. So your question requires far more attention to those who thank you. With regard to the one, yeah, I was been there. And Mr. Barrett asked my opinion on being Jewish or Brazil. Please have a look at my channel. There's a lecture there. And we're discussing the regions. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could work together in person or cruise. If that's not possible for you, then I'm very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for your time. We all have a fantastic day. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visited the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Loco Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curia. And the reason for his alias specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education, travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there. Very fascinating. Okay. So the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already immigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We also visited the past with Coach Riverboat Cruises. Has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name is Jerónimo de Saudade. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual. Mother was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez, which is a very common name associated with these crypto Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trade, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and you don't be confused by that name, Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Namar. She was a crypto as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his internal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the rabbi managed to, sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. When he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker caught and was tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with local Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. The whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse to a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times, every travel. And on Purim, the family was reading this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese government, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lobo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lobo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero de Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Raul Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanos, very famous Jewish doctor who was originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanos means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez. And he told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services. It can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, this other side of it is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters. So 3 brothers belonged to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One, of course, passed away, meaning Ramirez, his wife, and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money themselves. This was with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and they Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our local Ramirez, in Nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of Karen, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. But generally, Amsterdam Jewish community used Nidui and Karen quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status Nidui lasted a very long time, and local Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing local Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests, so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, local Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating, and ultimately he regarded them as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for garden. Fascinating story. Local Ramirez, David. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to visit. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellows. So it's the course of my research and preparation for the produced Amsterdam witness. I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Yitzhak Ger of Amsterdam. This story is just so powerful. I got to tell you, let me start first of all by talking about the period of time in which it's an era of the so-called Libyan Republic. This is the period of time when Amsterdam was created by French who brought with them the tremendous idea of the revolution in the Revolution of 17. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And in 1795, the Dutch Republic became the British Republic. They inherited some of these ideas. There were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's go with this and stay with these French invaders and let us adopt some of those ideas. Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime, who were known as the Orangists. And there were those who said, no, let's adopt these new values of freedom, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews and the so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually called in August of 1795 when the authorities for the Republic changes of the Jewish order to make sure that people behave. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental sort of conservatism of many elements of Jewish community. Here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dated from 1898, a few years later, but it actually has written on it the top Keter Torah, graphic Torah, in the year of the coronation of the queen Wilhelmina. You've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king. Here it is, and it's shows some of the like very profound patriotism and conservatism of the anyway, on the other side, the progressive part of it, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution organized themselves in what called Felix Libertad, which essentially means happy liberty. One third of the membership of this group was non-Jewish, two-thirds were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertad, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, with some of the other papers when I'm talking about the era of Napoleon's the French Revolution in 1789, and when they declared this rights of Nazis, there was a question of what about us Jews? And the French government took about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, this formed it. Very close enough to break the French really commencing. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote, and also the right of residency, very important. Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right, higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in 1796 in September. Jews there were also emancipated rather quickly, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Nasser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only in the overall society, but also of this kind of conservative Jewish community. They wanted to quasi-democratic or oligarch structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called the Kehillah leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property owners, the right to left. Those men was limited by wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that has stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen. So the traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian movement was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal regulation of the Jewish community. So they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace. And they had done very well during the UBCs. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title of Felix Libertad, separated, seceded from the single monolithic Jew and they established their own Kehillah, which they called Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul called Hadaki Shul. We should understand that, today you have shul arguing over whether we serve this kind of marriage or that kind of Kiddush, and they bring away, set up a separate shul habits. That's kind of like the American way to do things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, or separate nations. You may have had several synagogues, but they all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal medieval kind of structure, and this represented a tremendous break. It could also be evidence later on, about 50 years later, Rabbi Hirsch in front of Rabbi would famously succeed in something that was known as the Auschwitz, the separation they had their own shul called Dynasty Shul. They appointed a respected Israeli judge of Dayan to be the new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Yitzhak Yer. This was 1738. This is the subject of the talk. If I just understand the membership of this Naya Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799 because of the taxation going. So it was much smaller than large one, but it was certainly worth its weight in that moment in controversy. I would like to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive on this later before the group, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other. Attacking political conservatism, and they ultimately attacked the community for their uppityness and their separation and so on. And some of the quote-unquote, it's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new people would attack them back and so on. I'm going to go to read some things in a way. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya people did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually, and hardly liberal compared to what we did later on. So the big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or English or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so Rothschild. Shul announcements are basically things like when is the next prayer, and like who had a baby, and who got married, and who was singing Shiva, and who's sponsoring Kiddush, and things like that. I mean, it's not like ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that is the services and announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kehillah wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this was put in the Dutch. Secondly, basically again, the new Kehillah insisted on singing Lecha Dodi together. Oh my gosh. It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever been in on Friday night always has this particular psalm or a particular song. It's a hymn that was composed in 16th century. It's by an instrument, beautiful, Kabbalistic hymn. I love the sound of God. That's, almost always sung in this, although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then singing parts to ourselves. But anyway, the night girl said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which is basically more now sometimes. The third really radical thing they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called extra things, long, kind of like Homeric epic poems that are composed, not Homeric, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in layers that make this service dragged up. Because, these things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those books, prayer books today. They will, they'll include them, but at the back and say, here's some optional. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless cause huge uproar in the actual. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that Naya Kehillah said that they would adopt the Sephardic eating techniques of these certain foods, which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, but Ashkenazi nevertheless have the custom of not eating. But the Naya Kehillah said that since we are essentially starting fresh, starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazi does a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth shattering compared to some of those other institutions. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until William entered and said, well, we're going to stop all of this, and abolished those innovations. But he said that the leadership of the Nine has to be reintegrated in some cases in leadership positions in old Judah. And in that context, they could able to ultimately affect the back policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Rabbi. So here, of course, is conflict. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descendant of converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi is typically known. It is a story that relates to a sort of amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. Here's once again in 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Ole Esquis of Amsterdam, who was apparently a descendant of Rabbi Randall, and it comes to be Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's often name on the he looks like a very cheerful individual. Kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century, I guess. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Sarah Yitzchak, which was written in 1789. And in the text, there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands. Famous passage in the book. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of believers and commandments with the heavyweight of prayer, and an anchor on the pillar of Athens on its nights, which were associated with sympathies with this guy. So what's the story? This family history is recorded by Israel Rabbi, who's one of the latest descendants of the Rabbi family. Here's a 1760. And at the end of his life, he published the family history. Patriarch of the past, who's actually born in Sweden. He was born in this family. He was raised in a military family. That his mother died when he was 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a final command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland, right? That occurred in the 1650s. So it's not impossible that Catholic Grandma may have actually been of Jewish descent. But anyway, she gave her this command to use it up to it. And later on in life, she visited his experience and say to him, why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investigating? So, I guess that's how spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible and he read the Torah section several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish values. He rarely attended church and he began to observe Saturdays as he did the rest. He slowly adopted the kosher and so on. Finally, at the age of 69, decided he wanted to actually formally experience Jesus. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. I was talking about the modern period and there's a lot of restrictions in these things. And the only place where he could do this seemingly was Amsterdam. So he moved to this famous Jerusalem place and studied Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children Jacob, Yaakov, took the name Abraham in San Matthias took the name Yitzhak. So that makes it the biblical figure Isaac, son of Abraham. His son Isaac ended up being a tremendous scholar in Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high level rabbi as a dayan, a judge. Then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the rabbinic circuit. Chapter is not out of his father, learning in his old age in Jerusalem, and the Nazis with him, and ultimately leading his entire amazing, really fascinating story. I read a whole bunch of books before learning more about this, and what we're going to do is both to sharing some of our experiences. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, in the course of my research and preparation for the culture of Christians, I have struck I came across this couple of stories, fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Yitzhak of Amsterdam. His story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about that. Let me start by talking about the period of time. It's this era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is the period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideas that were considered in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizens that the French had put forth as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas. There were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's put with this, let's stay with these French invaders and let us adopt some of those ideas. Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo, who were known as religious, and there were those who said, no, no, let's adopt these new values, they're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews and was so intense that actually there were fist fights fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish orgies attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews or non-Jews. This was eventually called in August of 1795, when the authorities of the Batavian Republic put the Parnassen, those were the traditional leaders of the old-style military, in charge, and actually placed the guards at the edges of the Jewish border to make sure that people were getting sure that the Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental sort of conservatism of many outlets in Jewish faith. Here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle that's dated from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it Top Keter Torah, Rabbit Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. And never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or serious. And it was just showing some of the like very patriotism and conservatism as a matter of Jewish. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of it, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution came themselves what we call Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. One third of the membership of this group was non-traditional, two-thirds were Muslims. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertate, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, if you remember this on the other videos where I talked about their focus on the French Revolution in 1789, and when it explained this rights of non-citizen, there was a question of what about us Jews, and the French government was thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, smart them. They're close enough to regular French people who will and then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine. All the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote, and also the right of residency, very important to Jews who were frequently asked to be expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right to higher education, and so on and so forth. So let us return to what's happening in the Dominican Republic in 1796, September. The Jews there were also emancipated throughout the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege with the public office. Moses Solomon after the member of the city judicial court. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of the conservative Jewish people. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic or oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called the Gila. The Gila leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that has stood this instead for almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen. So, the traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal manipulation of the Jewish community. So they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for people. And they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was in 1797, these progressive Jews, under the title of Libertas, separated, seceded from the monolithic Jews and established their own community, which they called United Jews, and they have their own shul called Adat. We should understand that today you have some shul arguing over whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate shul happens. That's not like the American way. But the tradition of Kuwait had one separations. They have had several synagogues that were all sort of organized into a single, almost feudal and feudal kind of structure, and this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidence later on, about 100 years later, another section of Rothschild in conflict online with things that we see in something that is known as the Auschwitz separation, section of the more Orthodox Jews from the liberal Jews in that city. So this actually proceeded by a so anyway, this and they had their own shul called That's Shul. They invented community judge and rabbi. His name was Rabbi Isaac there around 1738. The term that this is the subject of the talk. But just understand the membership of this IAPILA was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kila. The new Kila only had 700 people, and only 180 members actually paid members so because of the taxation. So it's much smaller than large, but it's certainly one of its established Yiddish language networks called discourse, where they attack each other, equally attacking both manipulative conservatism and they both really attacking equally for their happiness and their separation of self. And some of it's like pivotal. It's actually been amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law, and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that. And the new people about the song, I'm looking forward to reading some of this later. But when you actually look at what were the things that I and Camila did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually. Liberal changes. Well, yes. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements not in Hebrew, but Portuguese. That's not so much shadow. Shul announcements. It's like when is the next prayer, and who had a baby, and who got married, who was in Shiva, and who's sponsoring Kiddush, and things like that. I mean, it's not like ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual that at the end of the services and the announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the United People wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular one wanted to give Dutch. Oh, yeah, Shaka. Secondly, amazingly again, the people that insisted on singing the thought melody together. Oh my gosh. It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed on Friday night always has this particular psalm or some of the psalms at the end that was composed in 16th century Slavic instrument, beautiful Kabbalistic welcome to Sabbath rock. That's almost always sung in, although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued and fragment service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then singing parts to ourselves. But anyway, the night, said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has people basically more stuff sometimes. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions of people, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric length epic poems that are composed, maybe not one more but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that make the services really dragged out. Because, these things are extra, they're absolutely very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today. Skip all those beautiful most prayer books today. They will include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional people. These are relatively minor things, but nonetheless have this huge absorbing aspect. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that Naya Peter said that they would adopt the Sephardic of eating chickens on certain foods, which are clearly not red, like rice, for example. And Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not. But the Naya said that since we are essentially starting fresh, we're starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom of these foods, even though Ashkenazim does a little bit more radical, but still hardly earth shattering compared to some things that we've seen. So this conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until the group of the well entered and said, we're going to stop all of this and abolish those innovations. But he said that the leadership of the United has to be reintegrated in some cases in leadership positions in old Cuba. And in that context, they were able to ultimately affect the Rothschild policy. But let's get back to our full time, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Deer. So Deer, of course, is conflict. And besides the fact that there is a general prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descendant of converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically doing for an amazing story that relates to the background of an amazing family comes from a Mr. Ole S. Reese of Africa, who is apparently a descendant of Rabbi Brown, and who was interested in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's own name on blood. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You see that like the artificial leg that's what I'm cognizant of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him, this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi or rabbi, is an allusion to his book, which was Sarah It's Got You, which is written in 1789. And in the text, there's a reference to the pillars upon which the world stands. Famous passage of the Rothschild. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, pillar of worship, prayer and so on, and on the pillar of active sacrifices. Associated specifically with this rabbi. So that's the story. The family history is supported by Israel Rabbi, who's one of the later descendants of the family. Israel for 1769 to 1842. And at the end of his life, he published the family history. It's got the family history. Not called it's actually born in 1769. His girlfriend doesn't know. He's raised in the family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old on her deathbed. She gave him a final command saying that he should study 5 books of Moses. She told him. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland that occurred in the 1650s. So it's possible that Jacob Rabbi may have actually been of Jewish descent. But anyway, she gave him this command of using that boy, and later on in life, she visited him this say to them, why aren't you studying Torah? Why are you not investing yourself? So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the book, and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more poetry styles. He barely attended church, and he began to attend Saturdays as his daily rest. Slowly adopted the practice of kosher and so on. Finally, at the age of 69, decided he wanted to actually formally convert his business. He and his wife and their 8 children did one process was born in 1737. So now the point was, in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden for 2 Jews. I'm talking about the early modern period, and there's a lot of restrictions on these things. And it's the only place where you could do it conceivably was in Jerusalem. So he moved to this famously rural place, Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob, Yaakov, took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak. So that looks like the biblical picture. Isaac's son. The son, Isaac, ended up being a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high-level rabbi, so now a judge. Then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Nile Valley. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately what an amazing, really fascinating story. There are a whole bunch of books. Looking forward to learning more about this. And I hope you'll be able to join me on this. If not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam. Thank you very much. fellow students in Jewish history, just a couple of days ago, I came across this amazing map. I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. Wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Prescott. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map-making in particular, and we're going to look deep at the atlas and a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of a confusing shape. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Prescott, but actually Prescott was his given name and Abraham was his father's name. This was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews in this region were referred to with these double names based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which is a Spanish Roman part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Prescott was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see him involved in this field in general. Many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when it gets to physics, astrophysics, things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout Europe at the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues written by people like Benjamin Tudela, Takya Ravensburg, and others who, record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in this field. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps and star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time. And they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Kosher River Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're God willing going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going down to the Rhone in south of France. We went to Venice, we traveled to Danube, we did along the Seine, we went to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France. It's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box to look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it was just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I relative to the zodiac and things like that. Absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially on the original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but if you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I should use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era. There's basically two ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type of representation of the world, like this map of Solitaire, which comes from the century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows a relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to kind of fascinating sort of imagined aspects of the world, the Garden of Eden, things like that. Interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called ortholan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today. But by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan Atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just a reliable representation more or less of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which of course is very familiar to us now. Even those of us who use GPS, which shows you which way is going. So that's what makes this so amazingly different. Is he went far beyond both these kinds of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, with ortholan charts, which are much more prosaic and something just a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is the representation you see on the upper right. It's actually zooming into this. I'm taking a screenshot from the bibliothèque website. So this is the way it looks over there, and it's zoomed in on that website. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like all modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think we probably lay it out on a big table and then probably walk around the table to read it from different positions. Because sometimes the material presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the ports on the maps, but it also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some interest in the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political, like the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with it so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big red swath on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic. This is the bottom of it actually is red. Water, maybe the regular water color, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at Israel, of course, which is represented here. Interestingly, there's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's representing the Jordan River flowing from north, down into the Kineret, Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron, although there are, of course, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. And here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information. Like, for example, going to Magog, the principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China apparently, and he is discussing this with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas were discovered by Europeans. So it's absolutely fantastic, packed with information, and had a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things in my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish golden age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that, there's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there's some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Like today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great at studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like, President of the United States or, Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, in Summer and Umbrella, who is also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood, they are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did happen. And Abraham Prescott is one of these people because not only was he making this amazing, new, innovative, hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Far Hebrew, after Almeida or manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talent. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a Arabic style of illumination in which an entire page is covered with homemade decorations. Here, for example, you can see Iran, which has typical kind of lush carpet decorations. But here, this is decorated with words from the text and these fascinating geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his useful for people to try to understand what's going on. For example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of literature that's used in temple service that describe the Bible. And on the right, you see the menorah and various other pieces of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Capitol Atlas with me. I hope that you'll be able to join us on one of our quizzes to do some absolute fantastic as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was studied. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students. I'm excited I am about the piece we got tonight. Excited about let's once again watch the these are places where we so many pieces we got the opportunity to that for it's especially exciting for those students like you all and youth work where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those professions. So as we look forward to spending some time on the Sunday and well, of course, at dinner and it has really exciting for us. Goodness, watching this. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight saga that happened on Shabbos Shiva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1700s. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam. You can see it is the grand building on the right, known as fascinating. I don't know how accurate it would be, but as I know it just really so happens to Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogues, two massive edifices built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Buckle, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. And the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazi and the Portuguese, what are they doing next door? So here's a map of the region. The first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam, we should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water. And the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or the Dutch. Forgive me, Dutch is not that great. The High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto Jews who actually started arriving even earlier than others. Why are they called crypto Jews? Because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal, and then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we discussed in many different classes, in that they had a strong Jewish identity because they were baptized against their will. But on the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the Jews. Sometimes things were called marano, that's an appropriate term. It would mean swine or pigs. But it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship for the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue higher education and do all kinds of things. Many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly adopt their Jewish identities. And they also identified as Portuguese Jews after some time. And finally, we have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there was a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazi, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazi. With Deutsch roots, the High German Jews, and now the Polish Jews, or Ukrainians if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major members. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter of 74 pages that was written by a scholar named David Moses Lewis. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all. I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars of the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years. In particular, this video is based on research from this article published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association. Kind of like a interfaith or dialogue of some kind. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority, primarily as second or third in command. Many decades of service to working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. And he was also a Dutch patriot, member of the Order of Orange and Nassau. In happier times of the wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right. He's an updated photo, but he is in the top hat, third from the right next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the 1938 Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decade service that they hosted a massive birthday party for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, were invading Poland, established a Judenrat. Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi that it was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sloy's, were forced to continue with the war. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of Judenrat because some of these Judenrat leaders, in particular, lorded over the Jews for extra powers that they received through the association. however, I like stories, and others like Cheryako and Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to maintain was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far Nazi aim at destroying all the Jews would eventually go. But that was their thinking. You see this from the diaries that are kept by Ukraine leaders of how they hope to stay off what the fate of the Amsterdam Union was similar to the fates of so many other Ukrainians across Europe. The members of the Union were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And on the last train before them, the included finally was well. That's what happened for 24th of September. They were sent to West Timor, and Dr. Slows was eventually murdered in Sobibor. But let's go now to the actual story that the court, based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi Syrians, we should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis and congregations, and the very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities in Parnas. Quite often, he's quite rancorous and involved in a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false Messiah and Shabbatite speed, which generated a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Sloan talks about is that at the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more Russian power of evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues. Things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me that a word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There's a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic for sure. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen. But it's like, it's almost guaranteed to happen. Whereas the other Amsterdam resident from this time, Moshe Wasate, put a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm essentially is going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable. But that's based on a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of moving to countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazi community, by the way, I should also mention that the Volksdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you have these two Ashkenazi communities together. They were really, not necessarily so happy with each other. So specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, new cantor. This is the deal before Chazan. A very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic. And the Yisrael as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. And they come around later to figure out what exactly he introduced. In the Dutch is he started using a singer and a bass. So apparently what he was doing when he was actually leading the prayers, this is totally not traditional. This is well before you had before synagogues, 200 years before you had before. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer, or cantor, that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that. And he had another backup called a bass, so a baritone, I guess. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, imagine kind of like two guys standing behind him who would like make his singing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. Halakha, for example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except the prayer. The singer and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there was two camps formed in the Ashkenazi synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry part of the idea of it, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was a lot of catcalling, anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the meeting, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who is called up for that meeting, for the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, pledge a donation to the Shabbat, and also mentions his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings for him. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-Zinger Bas and the anti-Zinger Bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah in the Meshberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel and the Zinger and the Bas who sing so beautifully. And that would provoke the anger of the other camps, and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, the Rabbi, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaler. And anyone who started trouble during the Mishparim would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while. But then, after Rabbi Leib passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Aryeh Leib and David Nachmanish, very, very well-regarded scholar, Leib in literature. But he did the last, unfortunately, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. During this Sabbath, the idea is, those Jews who are familiar with this, of course, realize that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person, so you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened. The 570, September 7th, 1709. A fight, a violent fist fight, broke out in the synagogue over the mass. It was so awful that the rabbi, or the leader, had a heart attack. Right away, the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. They would not return. And they punished those who were rabble rousers, but the rabbi nevertheless passed away. The community went into that year. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of African Americans, but also, I causes me to reflect on my own behavior as a fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that is so fascinating as I continue doing my research and preparations for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher River cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, the Netherlands, and Amsterdam in particular. Viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of weakness. When you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially if you look at the economics and graphics and religious tolerance, you see that it's really more of an expression of kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this represents, right? It's found, it's claimed, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the invaders from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together with private claiming on gold planets and the pirates deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude or mindset in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. So that's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation for much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic nations. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in America, where the Jews are among those who are going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for ways to solve themselves. And that's how that looks particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of civil fiat. Someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, and then they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is especially important one before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a good case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So, unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, and unlike the United States of America, with these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, things like that, there is like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. Let's look at that period of laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of Jews. It's important to note as well, before we get to the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a buggy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they did automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity, as we see, of course, with figures like Costa and shown here with Benedict Spinoza. I think we're going to focus on that a little bit later. But for now, let's just set the scene for the 16th century debate. that represents two poles of thought in Protestants. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought as Protestants in Netherlands and some of their controversies, and follow the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Switchins, who wrote a class of works that encompass a history of the Jews in the Netherlands that was recently reviewed and republished with the new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Biblical Library. And with regards to material on Martin Luther in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Ayres, which was really great to see. Okay, so who are these two figures in the book? I'd like to look at first an individual named Martin Luther, who lived between 1491 and 1551. Very important for us, important figure. Originally a Dominican monk, but after Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism in 1518, he said, that's it. Even the church, he disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, he was like Luther excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissent about this. It's only with Martin Luther, the 8th century, that Protestant explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, also a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows and it solidifies itself with the now, Martin Luther is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means bringing together different groups of religious values. But that means ecumenism without Jews, between Catholics and Protestants. He was especially active not in the Netherlands, but in Strasbourg. But his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at it. He was one of the early communicators of the shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should work with Jewish population. This came about in the 1530s when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave, he came from Hesse, Germany. He asked Martin Luther, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in my region? And Martin Luther formulated a response that is ultimately not successful, but nevertheless illustrates a very important pole on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Luther was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with the Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily affecting this emergent Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? You could say, well, let's go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, an idea that was shaped by Augustine in the 4th century that the Jews should be tolerated, but in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the Fourth Vatican Council of 1215, where Jews are required to live a special marriage. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the blood libel and post-desecration charges. And after the Black Death of the 14th century, where Jews were burned alive, including the Senate in Strasbourg, where Luther himself was active. Go back to that kind of model, or maybe we should give the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. He went to specific. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that only people who were in the guild could mission. So the Jews realized they were needed to be. They challenged that system. Let's do other things. And they kind of stuff. We won't, become shoemakers. If the shoemakers build that is the thing. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business, and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. It should be, held to the same standards as everybody else, and they should be, permitted to go through this. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which is one of the major elements of the Jewish economy some centuries back, but has already been faded by the time it gets to the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state, and the interest rate was regulated in some ways, which is not such a bad thing. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, and supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishment for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those requirements. This is also something we see in the way that Gila structure this function. Fifth, the Jews would be happy to pay a tax to the Roman to Philip himself. So that was the proposal position that we made. Six, and this is one that I'm not sure this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory sermons. This is something that the Jews right up until the 18th century, really, that in some communities Jews are required to attend church once a week. Attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through with some frequency in many different circles. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, saying that Jews should not be allowed to engage in any kind of polemic, pushing back against Christianity. So anyways, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that hoped that Luther would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestants will deal with the Jews. If you look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like a bifurcated record. For example, when Luther was early on in his work, he published this book in 1523. Thus, Jesus Christus ein geborener Jude sei, that Jesus Christ was a Jew. It's a title that seems to emphasize that Christians should pay attention to Jews and needs and so on, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart and a 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, Von Juden about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. And so Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards the Jews, and later, when they convert to his faith, he becomes really quite nasty. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Luther. He comes up with this document, which is called the Castle Advice, because it was composed in a town called Castle year 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions. Right? So it doesn't sound like a good start religion. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic, meaning Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic doctrine that goes way back even to Roman times, because Jews have certain like club rules, like if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food. Or if you want to become a Jew, you male Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must meet everybody else's. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Fourth, Jews should be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. Five, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and church, ignored previous four principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise in those things. So, not a very auspicious beginning to the Catholic advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So, basically, after these five principles, Luther lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable to Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that means. Second, they're only allowed to study the Bible, they only forbidden to study the Talmud. Right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as they are understood to be, and so therefore you've got to forbid the Talmud. Three, no new synagogues. This sounds a little bit like the doctrine of witness, a little bit like the doctrine of the bar and Muslim lands that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this one okay, no Jews may argue with the Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. Right? I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being Jews and not the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews. And finally, same thing as we saw in Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Catholic advice begins with five really strong religious injunctions. By the way, you will recall the petition started with the economics and later added religion. The Catholic advice says, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics have three additional rules. One, Jews must be banned from finance, basically commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of finance. Jews can continue lending money as long as it's completely supervised by the state in every detail. Second, Jews may not engage in any work unless it is, this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Rothschild or from the secondary sources, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. What kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, line burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and laundry. Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue those occupations, and that's it. And third, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these areas. So the whole thing was summed up by Rothschild saying, listen, if you're going to do this right, you would expel the Jews from Protestant lands, like they had been expelled over the course of the last couple of years from many different parts of the Catholic Church. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are the conditions. Pretty harsh and evil, strict ruling that takes everything that's worst about the pre-Protestant era and brings it forward into the future. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the Catholic advice. As we would say, so that's just way too much. Remember, there's an economic motive here. Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the local Lord, so we should take advantage of them. Now, he still maintained a very close relationship with Luther, primarily because Philip was also a very strong anti-Catholic ruler. And by the way, the anti-Catholic sentiment this time was absolutely fantastic. You look at this remarkable woodcut that appeared during Philip's tenure. Philip apparently read it and was deeply grieved with it. It shows on the right, Pope, I believe it's Paul III, he's issuing some kind of bill, and two German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass in at the Pope, saying, "This is such what we think of yours." This is like pretty nasty kind of stuff that's coming out of that time. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention. The Jews kind of dodged a bullet because Philip did not approve this Catholic advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christina of Saxony, which was apparently very, very unhappy marriage, despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, he ceased to be faithful to it. After a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, "Listen, we're doing this new thing, right? Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in bigamous relationships, but Protestants are allowed to do so. And by the way, when I read my Bible like a good Protestant, I go back and actually look at the text itself. I see that Abraham had multiple wives, and Jacob had multiple wives, so why not Philip?" And he had in mind in particular Margareta from Versailles, who was an associate of his parent. And he basically coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with this second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 94 kids with Margareta from Versailles as well. But the scandal of this broke the population reflected poorly on all of them. But nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that Luther had to make to try and have his connection to royalty. But the overall message here, this is the one extreme pole where the vision of the Jewish place in the Netherlands is decidedly negative, that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond gender sweeping and particular trains and things like that. And thankfully, that was rejected as being not economically viable. The other side of the coin also happened in the same century. This remarkable work by Voltaire student, a fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus Father Constantin, right? I hope I said that right. Which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience in 1582. Very unusual work. But what's his background? First of all, it's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was, at 17 years old, he married a woman who was aged 29, 12 years a senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a pauper engraver. He had some artistic talents, and he ended up becoming a all-round kind of intellectual. He translated Latin classics into Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry. He got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. One of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as early beacon of tolerance, the Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And it was a fictitious synod. Synod was not like a gathering to discuss some important topic, and it was modeled on, kind of like reflective of a church synod that happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which he recorded the minutes of in this book, and it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi Levi in Spain to debate between Christianity, Judaism, and Islam before it became Khazarians. That's the book of Khazari. So Cormac also used a similar kind of device in the sense that here's a synod and all these characters speaking in a play format, a dialogue format of their respective views. And the hero of it is one particular individual who happens to be Jewish, Gamaliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 through 30. Interesting discussion of his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. And basically, Gamaliel, who is probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Corners, but in Acts, on Rabbi Gamaliel, the great seed of the Sanhedrin, who's actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamliel would have taken, but nevertheless, there's some political history that the scripture is perfect. Of course, Kornhart's Gamliel means the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect, but people can misinterpret it. People can make mistakes reading it, and we are unable to discern whose reading is ultimately correct. Given this uncertainty as to who is reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other's differences. That's the basis of this basic work, really. And they go through all kinds of issues. Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points, and Gabriel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons, and wouldn't it be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience. It's about religious conscience. He advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for, no boundaries between religions to allow people to convert at will. And by the way, it's still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen from time to time. It's certainly understandable. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship. That everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, it's 200 years before we get to the discussion of something like the First Amendment, the American ethics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of a gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews in their midst. Anyways, to something of an intellectual hero and patron of the Jews before nowadays. We should put this all into the context, and we should understand the 16th century was a period of tremendous change. It was a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates northern Europe. There's armed military conflict as a result of the church reacting to this change and counter-reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including for our purposes, those Portuguese and Christians who represent a really secular new element in the Netherlands. There's tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that as a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. So the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how do we find ourselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for a few more at this point in time, but if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching. fellow students of Jewish history, I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the kosher boat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century. It's so fascinating little bits of wow. I just don't know why more people are Jewish historians because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. First of all, what do we know about Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature. Meaning, there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Jewish castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the key data. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Verlo. His years are 1846 to 1929. I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes documentaires sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published it in a very prestigious journal, Rabbi, essentially the review of Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a complément honoraire is manuscrit de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that is attached to one document, the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, it's interesting. This is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, there it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with veils, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated after 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and you can see it's all also down there in the bottom of Hebrew. Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit A Kuf, and then Yoel, a strange word, Golcha, which he translates as Jacob, and then the abbreviation Beit A Kuf renders as son of the saint, or son of the holy one. Hebrew would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names, and the son of his father is typically a signing name. What is this title, Kadosh, or holy? It's not that common, but when you figure out the dates, see this document is from 1378, 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. It's a place name, maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr? Someone died on Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in anti-Semitic these are the kinds of really cool things that the found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about a foot and a half down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, but in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Let's look at this. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine, long Hebrew and Syrian. Thankfully, you can read most of it, but it provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with a strange word, futacha, which means engraved. Okay. Heaven echa, blood stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echa, the one, is misspelled. Because the word echa, stone, is irregular feminine meaning. In Hebrew, it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read as an achat, tough. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people don't catch it. Or either let it slide. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Rabbi Tzvala Rosh, Mara Delivna Bat Rosh Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered in the feminine, stands at the head of Arat Rivka. Arat is an honorific title. We would translate this to something like Madam or Mrs. perhaps. But it's strange because it typically, if you use Arat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So you have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned. The deceased husband is not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Moshe. Her father's name is Moshe. Iftira is Shem. And she died in the day. Now, if you look at the stone, and some of the little writes about this, it seems to be written with a shop, with a fate at the end of the word, rather than a final end. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time, and the difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end. Letters are very similar, except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense. The shop would be something like died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word Hashem, which would be with a name. She died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat. This is a bad honorific. Interesting. I don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high honor from this today. And then it says the year 016 in Hebrew counting from the beginning of the Jewish reign. But in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month that the Jews should die in, so that's why it's 1 and 2, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of second. And then it has the phrase with its highlights above, which normally suggests that there's something special with these letters, like the capital American value or something like that. But overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says that they'll help it out, and her rest is in the garden. It brings up so many questions. But what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It's even literary records by almost 100 years. I just thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see on the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands. We've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've been there before, I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling, modern Jewish community. I'm very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you know, called Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it to Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And after many of them living as Christians for already, you know, a generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Busway, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulation of Israel, really remarkable book. The Portuguese Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal. That is, Jews who had been forcibly converted and living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to re-adopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Gracia Mendes Sea here, which was likely referred to many other historians as a subject of the great Zeno. His name is called Madonna, also called Papino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story. Not present now. At any rate, the Nassi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal, to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, but eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who were illegally, and others only began to return after 1643. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 on, conditions begin to slowly improve for Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews out of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country, and there were about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening by Antwerp? Well, the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west. As you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire, which was out here. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans. Eastern Europeans begins around this time, 1881 to 1917, when the country will collapse and there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews made their way to the United States of America, 45,000 made their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers from South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There was a lot of finance involved, sort of detailed work with gem cutting, and there's a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1989. About 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population. Of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features that Jews had. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion, and they didn't realize that they were simply exposed to the threat of Nazis, more so than citizens in many of the other countries and surrounding countries. So a large-scale flight of the Jews began to went primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of slavery that the Nazis had to the anti-Semitic ideology it could not be overcome, and so the Jewish badge was instituted, there was violence, discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places who successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries even prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few Jews had. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish schooling, which is a remarkably high rate. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today. A very vibrant community, about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools. So it's really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise. And if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Ritual Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes to speak about his activity during the World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Zuskin, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam. He saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because, one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of capacity and were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these units is that they would come in and they would make demands and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot and the Nazis would say who's second in charge, who's third in charge. Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenrat, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were, accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Albert Jemyanko in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary before he took his own life and realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Zuskin. Zuskin was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany and eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism Nazis had inspired, he and his wife and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany and were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Rothschild, the theater of Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Susskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. Then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Mentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. the Teachers College was run by Johann van Hoos. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. Small children were taken in backpacks, shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Suskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just the last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Suskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers. We had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Reichstadt and finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Suskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the events of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him. A bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolute bridge. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so here for the next week. We're going to board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one of the things that I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 7th century. Joseph Pinto de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1615 to 1619. And he's one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam, his family in particular. And he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before we get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the translates Rothschild, the Kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic features, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets and all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what we're going to do from Brazil, hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean, huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating. I think that the local governor, Peter Story, is on shown here. We're going to keep on
as leader, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was supposed to allow this tiny Jews into America. And for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which would be very significant connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European international exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam in 1936. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews. And in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of this must have been late in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name is Isaac Enzo Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism. Right? He was one of many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family, and later on to Middelburg. And there, he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual, and he gave out about 80,000 implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that he published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusion de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusion de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. It's very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and has all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give it to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of like how to maintain friendships with your brother and things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down. You don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for them. Second rule, accept both your profits and regrets. Don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But anyways, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules. Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but it goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles, it's this coal, diamonds, the next pebbles. The profits that you earn, they can grow up tremendously, and they can also boost almost so-called public strength. Very, very important rule. The fourth rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. It is so important for the study of national financial markets that the Federation of Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stock exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets and all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in, so he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. Good morning, folks. We're docked in Amsterdam now, day one of our Netherlands and South Africa. There were a lot of fantastic places. I learned something about mistakes in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising with Costa Rica cruises, I think about, how is the land itself affecting the culture of people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minorities. In 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry to build these windmills and water tournaments and extend the water elsewhere. The CFA, they were also prepared for homebrew book or minor differences that affect the private life, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like you to be able to flourish in a society like Amsterdam. Thanks very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students. So, yesterday was just an amazing experience going to the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century. It really is a testament to the magnitude and, as you shall see, the generosity of the Portuguese immigrants in Amsterdam, what they affected for the large one of the things that I found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of an elephant striking its own breast and then keeping its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does this? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Rabbi worship, where the gather to special charitable funds. That's especially important. And it's fittingly paired with the phoenix, which related to the passage, which of course is especially appropriate because the Portuguese case just escaped the Inquisition. Here's a real big question regarding this idea symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that I have to bring to bear and look at the symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely for Portuguese, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in early generations to actually pretend to be Christian as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol or its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing and never let their children symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese initially intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like the Phoenix, which also has these Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian mythology. So let's look at first origins that we have of pelican as an image comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologus. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings to what Christians can learn from the Middle Ages. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when you look at the pelican. In the Middle Ages, when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated, and so we have lots of representations of Christian knowledge. So what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting its children starve, opens up its breast and her own blood to her children's blood, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to founded Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of religion. So, back to our question, why would the Portuguese adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the Phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that's incumbent upon Jews, and it's something that they value very highly. It's especially appropriate because Portuguese came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when you think about the 17th century and avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of pogroms in 1649, there was huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Ahmad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity. That's why the image of the pelican was especially common. There are many other details that are used for why three of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. I'm really grateful to be able to see these things in person, virtual service cases, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on videos. Thank you very much for listening. Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps. Pictures from the synagogue, I can take pictures during transportations. This is one picture of the street from an apartment in front of the street. It shows the watch. We walked in there, and sure enough, we started playing. You guys got the idea, and we started playing Jewish geography. And it was like languages. Was it Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian? It was second language, trying to match up where everything. And we're having a live beautiful thing about Angeles that we have this experience. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, I made a couple of short videos about a few of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited a synagogue that is just so fantastic. I'll tell you about it. So if you walk down this called the Ehrenstraße, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit Knesset, it's synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, which is the Hebrew word Yugo praise, that works out to the year 1704. That's okay, interesting, charming. You want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, but describes the story. And you can see that after the Star of David, the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704. Occupied by the Nazis in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. Those 3 lines you frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this sized town, but they began coming back. Once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's the map of Europe, Netherlands, where it's located, just about equal to London, but across on the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there where we had some great experiences, tasting berry and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg, and nearby Vienna. Vienna was very important because the home of Anne Vos, who's a major player in this story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, it was pretty bizarre, the construction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. Anyway, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out to Schiphol Airport and waited. So let's focus in on Middelburg. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's a kind of a ring road around a really old court, and then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map is the synagogue. The entrance is on Ehrenstraße to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch an achterhouse, behind house. It's the same word that's used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family did during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. And so that's the actual structure we want to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It's a collection of images about what Jews believe and what they do at synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plans. Yeah, look at this modern drawing. You can see Ehrenstraße, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of the drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And then we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is with views towards the synagogue's distinctly two windows in the future in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middleburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you could see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected. And in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the Bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you get to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Anne Voss. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Rabbi in his remarkable home in Viera, which is just a few kilometers away from Middleburg. There's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. And by the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Rabbi does. We invited Oz Voss and Smith, a very important person in the community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. And so I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you.
After the war in 1945, almost everyone thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middleburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps from the Great Beaches, and the synagogue was damaged. And after 50 years after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middleburg. There were synagogues restored after the war, but most of them have another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a living synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has different services.
Let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed. And a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts one or two Jews.
It's very important support from the churches of Middleburg, from the city council of Middleburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made the festival to
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they
behind you, because tomorrow it can be heaven again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, because we're Jewish family. And I didn't know anything about Jews.
Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the Catholics. And to take the Catholics, to start with, to make the Catholics bring on Friday night, my Jewish family was also here. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in the family. And like I said, the Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally, I heard from that structure in the hospital working Athos, and he was busy in the restoration of the synagogue in Liverpool. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had one house, and the man from the he makes the blessing about the house. When you walk back and said, we have celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing, so it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to be built. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue. Very nice building. But we didn't know what to do.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I learning from Amsterdam, New York, and the whole year I had the certificates, and I learned a language with Hebrew. You can imagine it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when I show you this site, if you get to show Middleburg, I go to pray every day. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon, you know Adon? I think the 3 o'clock, 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I stopped. And then I go, and we started the Friday evening, one Friday evening, the room made coffee and little and apple and everything. People come, and more people come, and slowly get a little Jewish community. And now we have what I said, we have celebration every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration and moving before Rosh Hashanah. And I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Rosh Hashanah, I had learned the Haggadah, and I said to the people who say like this, I can sing the Haggadah sorry, and I learned that the Haggadah. And then they want to more, and I learned more. And so we started with only the Haggadah Friday night, to the hospital, we started in festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on, their circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a pidgin event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it's beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we have for the Sabbath morning 50 or 20 Jewish people in synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, little people from Rotterdam, smart people work, with the one school, live in Middleburg, or stand at home. Sometimes Sabbath morning, India. You might even have a storage. So it's amazing. It's really amazing.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot. They have weddings there. It's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was for me, I was riding on my bicycle today. You didn't know me, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg. I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and cheap things in it. There was one in the description, and that was my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was
was so amazing to visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community be resurrected under the direction of people like you, Smith, and Rothschild. Wow. I can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
This man makes the story for you to meet each other, and now I can stand here before you and so many Jewish people in Israel. And I can enjoy you here to eat kosher in Middleburg as shit. We walked to the Red Sea, you know, and all of you in the center, to see you all, and when you have some questions, you can tell us them.
The fast of the temple table, which here falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many great sessions of Jewish history, the most significant of which, however, is that marked the beginning of the fall of Jesus. That is the first fall of Jerusalem, resulting in the Rabbi. Next minutes, I'd like to think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant in the context of Jewish history. And then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century, just reflect for a few minutes on how that affects the Jewish religion. Jews and Barnes sometimes medieval unfaithful phrase, but it was that nature. And this is something that they have in common in particular with the Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous Napoleon map that Heinrich built. And he represents here the world in a very fanciful kind of way, that global view. At the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. If you look more closely at it, you see that literally is stuck off the edge here. And then you've got even America and the roller belts, right? You're looking at some sea monsters, things like that. And over here, some looks like a hairband, perhaps, or maybe it's really hard to tell from this position. And then, of course, right in the center represents the axis of Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in many ways reflecting the fact that on the edge of the Eastern Mediterranean, Israel really was, Jerusalem in particular, was the city through which one had to pass if one was traveling by land. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the cross is standing outside of Jerusalem and clearly indicates that there was a Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, the sentiment is the same. Jerusalem was Israel. It is at this time, though, the fast of the temple table, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in the 17th century depiction. But it marks a turning point in Jewish history because the first book of when Jews were expelled from Israel. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that means on the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all night. Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the table, marking the historical. There are few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowhead discovered in the region, but they definitely left a tremendous scar on the Jewish city. The massive exodus of Jews from Jerusalem, shown here in Egypt, so famous definition, took them all the way up to the region of Mesopotamia. You see in this map, traveling up north and then curving around through the region of Syria, following
against the flame. It's a quotation from Psalm 137 by the rivers of Babylon, where they sat down and wept, knowing the memory of Psalm. And you can see in the image towards the left-hand side was the mysterious like architecture, the flowing strange architecture of Babylon, right? The flames were captured from this to give us comfort. It's like his daughter there, is chained and he's holding his fire because, of course, they were forced to also sing songs. And this really very beautiful expression of sadness which Jews wanted to date us as additional images made of destruction. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed for all the territories that Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harken back to the exile. This particular item, which looks like a permanent call, but it's just a big common official documents. You can see it's incised with a uniform stick onto the actual blade. This proclaimed the ability of many of the peoples in the Persian Empire to return to their ancestral worship. But this is welcome because the ability to return to Jerusalem shown here in the Persian region of Turkey, called Judea, and they were able to reestablish the temple for several. In the first century of the Common Era, however, the temple was destroyed again at this time by the Romans, and many of its portion of people some destruction went down. But that's a much more national exile. Here you can see the schematic map of the city of Jerusalem. You can see by topographic lines how the city is built on the top of the hill. There are hills all around the street, but in the middle of the different mountains. The rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels, who unfortunately engaged in very infighting and fought with each other so clearly that they even destroyed each other's foodstuffs. They were set aside to protect themselves against a mock siege, which of course was absolutely suicidal. In some cases, the rebels were actually literally suicidal, such as the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the defense of 960 children who were living on that mountaintop decided to commit suicide rather than turn themselves over to Roman captivity. But looking at the city here, you can see that four Roman legions, after the son of Emperor Vespasian, Titus, came from the north and had some skirmishes with some rebels outside the northern gates, so then they decided to swing around and reach the outer wall at its strength. They swarmed into the city proper. They then attacked the inner wall. There's several walls that protect the city. The Temple Mount is the structure that's on the center right there, sort of the center. And after a week of fighting, they actually reached it and got into the old city. So they were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had pulled up there and were able to defend themselves against the Roman attack at the Antonia Fortress, which is shown in the northwest corner of the temple. So what Titus decided to do was build this massive siege wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local topography and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 weeks. Then in late July, he concluded his attack at the same spot, northwest corner of the temple, and he was able to swing it, and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Ad, which occurs late summer. To this day, commemorated as a fast day for Jews, with the city on the floor, and made the different lamentations and audio. It's an incredibly sad day for Jews for the rest. After destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop of Masada and forbidding the Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on the Jewish population. shipping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves in Rome, imposing onerous taxes, and many other symbolic privileges. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these points in Judea conflict and Judea has been taken down. It's kind of a strange thing to say because Judea was already under Roman control from 163 before the Common Era, that it was for over a century. It had been Roman territory, was really putting down a rebellion more than it was capturing new territory, but nevertheless the resilience of the rebels, in fact, held off the Romans for so long. They wanted to take advantage of their victory, and they were also determined that this is why it makes sense to do so as well. On the left, you see the Emperor Vespasian. On the right, you see a Roman soldier standing looking down before foreign Jewish women. And between them is the Nelson Pine, which was one of the most popular exports of Judea. They also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself that was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executing some prisoners of war. Many Jews for hundreds of years used to walk through this arch because there was a representation on the inside of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. Scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their statues. And so this is you see the Romans all wearing the wreath of victory over their heads, and the signs for that says Leges Judiorum, the law of the Jews, perhaps a sacred Torah, or maybe the tablets of the law. The second in the middle says Candelabrorum Judaeorum, the Jewish menorah. And on the right, the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews who probably should have the ritual table there with the staves. And this is how it's celebrated in Rome. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as the center, even when it was in destruction over 2,000 years. Now, Jews historically were not great map makers. We don't have a lot of Jewish maps, but this other Christian map, which was located in the majority of it, was actually discovered under the floor of the 6th century church there, and it was meant to guide pilgrims to the land of Israel. And what's interesting about this map, which is called the Madaba map, it's quite highly damaged, as you can see. That's as a result of the construction that went on over the centuries, but also because of the iconoclastic efforts of some of the Muslim emperors who tried to remove any images of human beings. The map is kind of interesting because it's oriented not towards the north, like our contemporary maps today, but towards the east. That is, the top of the map is as if we were standing at the bottom at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. And in fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And you can see here, Jerusalem is identified as in the center, and just like we saw in the Egyptian map, look at greater detail. This is actually a very accurate representation of what we believe Jerusalem must have looked like in the 6th century. In fact, there are certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. It's fascinating little map there of Jerusalem. But on the 10th of Teves, it's not only a time for reflection on sadness and destruction of Jerusalem and on its exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. That's especially so in this year, which is not usually here, because the 10th of Teves actually falls upon Friday. Typically, fast days that fall on Fridays are not fully observed. There's often other reasons that it's not appropriate to go into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, in a state of extreme hunger. But this particular fast requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins. And it's especially important with what's ahead. That just like the Sabbath represents a redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we're experiencing Israel and 21st century to an ultimate rejection of what some 20th century developments was. So this is a map of the partition plan that was designed by the United Nations to League of Nations in 1947. And it was to deal with the ongoing stress between the Arab population and the Jewish population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area into 7 distinct, barely connected units. You see here the orange units by the yellow color were to be set aside for Arabs, and basically more or less conform to the demographic distribution of the Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the first century. And that's an amazing achievement, really mind-boggling anyways. And so that's another 3 sections. Jerusalem, shown here in was such a difficult problem to solve then I felt that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated international. As the history developed, the Jews in the region accepted this plan. The Arabs of the surrounding countries did not, and the first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in the slight change of the boundaries for Israel. Surprisingly so, because they were surrounded by Arab countries. And this is what the armistice levels looked like between 1949 until another major war in 1967. You see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt. The West Bank is held by Jordan. When you zoom into Jerusalem itself, it was actually divided because the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the newer part of the city, was on the Israeli lines. That's sort of a yellow color. And the old city with the temple lands and more heavily Arabic population fell in the Jordanian side of the land. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century. When Israel, anticipating a major attack from Egypt and Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days, had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly with the mountain range of the Golan north, the entire West Bank of the Jordan River, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all became part of Israeli territory. The consequences of these territorial acquisitions were quite significant. Ultimately, the Sinai Peninsula could be returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the thousands. And the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy developed in the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics, but what is extremely significant for our point is the fact that with this war, Jerusalem was once again united under Israeli control. On the left here, you see the very iconic photograph of the time when Jewish soldiers approached the western wall, the remains of the temple, for the first time since it had been sealed off by the Jordanian forces. In many ways, this moment represented a culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years to the photograph on the right is the construction of that image of these same soldiers now that just a little bit more mature. This has been a very brief presentation, but I would like to remind you that tomorrow morning there will be another talks by Shai Shachter, by Rabbi redemption, time system that we described, how many other things you'll find that's very useful. He's asked this to be very much. Chances are, if you know anything about Canada, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. There was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. That's but when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. I'd like to take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean revolt that might be a little different from what you heard originally. First of all, we should understand what the Maccabean revolt was. That is essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under the Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in 322 to overcome that. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, Israel was divided among the two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role in this map. Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epiphanes, which in Latin would be translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. Now, Antiochus, who was stemming from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hold, particularly in Israel, was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major families who were vying for it: Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Hippolytus. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. It may be surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean Revolt, which was a glorious national uprising, represents a high point in many ways of the Jewish struggle for religious and political independence, that this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean Revolt? Well, we have three really important sources and a few other smaller ones roughly from the period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why doesn't the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like it is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages really in tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to light the menorah. That's one of the biggest aspects that's discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus, who is kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general, first aligned himself with the rebels in the First Roman-Jewish War of the year 66 to 73. And then, when he was going to be captured, a very dramatic episode, he turned the coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for first Titus, the general who's responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He moved to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman Jewish war, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important work that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties. With Josephus, he's writing only in Greek, which was the language of educated people in Roman Rome in the first century. So he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity at the same time. He's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has this surname Flavius that is added to his name, Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now, let's just rely on the fact that he's a somewhat problematic source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in the history of this world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing account which is only existed in the probable the original has been lost. It was probably written by someone who had first-hand knowledge of the actual Maccabean battles, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow-by-blow version of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved in the wars themselves from the Jewish side. Now, this has made it into the Bible of many Christians, in particular the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book, you think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, it's totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the Book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that have emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in everybody's Bible. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the Book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or someplace like that. Nevertheless, the Book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating for our purposes, and it's going to give us a lot of historical depth and a rich understanding of what was happening during this tumultuous time. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban and rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Motzkin, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Antiochus, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Antiochus and he fled to the hills, quite literally in the Judean mountains. And from there, they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and, more significantly, on Jews tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a global conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle it, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Montesquieu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yerkemaka proved to be incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. One particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for the Maccabees. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants. Absolutely terrifying creature. You can imagine what it must have been like that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of his brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant, in its death throes, fell upon Elazar and crushed him. But this particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees. Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers. And so it has been described with all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art described in this particular event. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German brain, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe. We've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant is some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because apparently artists could not believe that an elephant exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a sort of a happy government picture of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating stuff. Sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer, but basically, under the remarkable and brave leadership of the Maccabees and with his leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple, including the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Michigan University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to look like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, or something like that. But anyway, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21 precise. The Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition that's handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should already have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Mikulat Ta'amim, a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se. It mainly was days of which fasting was not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the time and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah. It's on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably, the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things that I've had to admit for this very brief presentation is the fact that these religious supporters were all pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. The Maccabees' remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is taxes to the Syrians for more than 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in year 142, and then even then only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I just could not resist putting here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabi, who managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence, and on the other hand, there is a General Allenby who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under what would be a United Nations, or at that time, League of Nations mandate. And the verses that are attached to this are so fascinating. Under Hanukkah, there is a phrase in Hebrew reads, "Who is like you unto thee among all the mighty, O Eternal?" And that phrase, etc., is the acronym of Maccabi. But on the other side, under Allenby, it says, "And there will come for Zion a Redeemer," right? We call it Yitzhak Goel. I don't know if the Jews in Israel in about 25, 30 years would feel quite as warmly about Allenby and the British in particular because of the harsh nature of the League of Nations mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the White Paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here, because what happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple and the Jews didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabi was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost. He said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. He wanted God. However, he lost the back of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody and pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you would actually lost some main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon it. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. This is put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimus, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were planning to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which is in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. Now, it's a messy history that I've described so far, but let's just take a side move here. As I mentioned earlier on, the Maccabees didn't make it to the Jewish tradition. Obviously, Jews were aware of the scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. they had some access to this, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees. So they didn't have much more than a hazy idea of a lot of these things when we move through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you with some of the other prints, were fascinated with it. And especially when you get to the era of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is a new Christian interest in the Maccabee because for Christians, he represents, correctly I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. And the Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Judah Maccabee in particular. You see none other than Handel himself even composing music and opera to go with the Maccabee story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act first drama. That's absolutely fascinating because he is responding to religious faith. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national revival, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the stateless peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up for the rights of national determination of the Jews and, of course, other people as well. Here, have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title is book literally, Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein klein vom Kämpf und Glaube und Heimat. A small people, this is the subtitle, a small fight for faith and hope, which I think is a pretty good précis of what the Maccabees stood for. But we can see written in 1943 under Nazi occupation what this means to oppressed people in Europe. Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although as we shall see somewhat later than you might think they would have. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing time for me. All my friends were totally psyched for Christmas, with Santa Claus, presents, and I was just bummed out every year. It was really sad. It was one particularly sad. And this comes right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown. A lumber truck driving through town must have knocked off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been like 4 or 5 feet tall. I dragged it all the way home, and I begged my parents to let me set it up. And so my mother had mercy on me, and so she let me set it up. And the next morning I came out, and all the needles had fallen off as they dried out. I felt terrible about it. So I have like ambiguous feelings about Hanukkah that happens to fall at the same time of year as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other kids got instant presents on 25th of December. And I got, yelled, which means basically money, right? But I wouldn't even get a lot of money. My parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which are like pesos. And so I got to tell you, the Hanukkah yelled. I've always been sort of bothered by it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation in Jewish practice, probably not older than 300 years or so, and by the no explicit reference to giving gifts to children Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of presents we give your children every single night of 8 nights, which might make me feel better when I was a kid, but that didn't happen in the 1960s and 70s. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You do find in some of the halakhic literature, commentaries of the Shulchan Aruch, like in Rabbi, for example, that suggests in the 18th century that charity is associated with Hanukkah, that there is a custom of young people going door to door to collect charity for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to teachers as a gift at this time of year. There are some interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to Hanukkah. One of the reasons perhaps is because the Hashmonaim were the first Jewish kings to print coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually own one myself. But otherwise, I have to say that there's really explicit reference to Hanukkah gelt in the halakhic literature until the 19th century. In the 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America, so then you have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep-rooted tradition of gift giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you'll see in some countries, but again, it's not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing, and so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have Hanukkah gelt that comes kind of waddling along. Hanukkah gelt that comes sort of moving along after the bar. Sorry to be rich. Okay, I can't get into too much trouble since I already did. I will also mention that there is no connection to gambling. This is one of the facts that kind of like, let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a reason for it later. So one of the arguments for Hanukkah gelt is that you need it for gambling. Also not such a thing that's big in the Jewish tradition. But the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, when in reality they were actually studying in this specific. That's where we get the idea as the goes of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish top that is labeled with these 4 Hebrew letters, which read Nes Gadol Hayam Sham. There was a great miracle there, particularly in Israel. They have now put it that way, they say Nes Gadol Hayam Ho, that there was a great miracle that occurred here. It's unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It can actually come medieval can be reflected in German letters are actually identical. But the letters on a German couple is Ich, Al, Ganz, Stellein, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on the H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. If it lands on the S, you have to put more money in. Does that sound familiar? Probably. Probably. But I don't want you to think this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in Jewish tradition that there is no such thing as coincidence. All of these things are somewhat. It's made explicit by the great Rabbi, for example. The note in the Yamin Rabbi was Hazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like guide, like a spiral, like some kind of control. And that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding guide, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago. And on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by one relevant topic of assimilations. That struggle of the Rabbi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming political tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I remember she has a Hanukkah this night. Thanks very much. Far off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestus Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, Bishop Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region of Galilee. And he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for the First Roman-Jewish War, he was a first person participant in that war, so he's actually relating things that he saw himself, but he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a particular detailed look at Judaism and antiquity, and we have publications. Anyway, Josephus, a fairly young man, is associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the better groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region. But unfortunately, the first step is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of 67, essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Rotapata, or Rothschild, which is where Josephus was housed, and he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender as a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive. He surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he could be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming a member of the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns Pope, becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus was a scribe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there was tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galilee region and north, flee the conflict and make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different leaders. There are the leaders of the aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming a provisional government that was set up at the beginning of the war in 66, but the competing factions flee bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the high leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all the factions of the zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, by village and Jewish village being Yeti on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and locks up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone through the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring about his conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Peoria and John Levi's Power. They're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city. They're fighting against 4 Roman legions. There are 80,000 battle partnerships. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces reach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount. They attack the Antonia fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex, in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in June. Vespasian turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. They did not have extensive food stocks. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being placed, then he makes a second advance in late July of the fortress ultimately falls. This results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the Rabbi, late August of 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting, by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they eat with the lamentations, they endure this day of mourning for the benefit of 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting is continued throughout Jerusalem. They will continue the battle. Chances are, if you know anything about comic books, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians, or were they somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then dedicated the temple, which had been defiled. There was this miracle with some oil and the plastic grape babies, and so like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabees revolt that we tend to get in after the time of Torah or Sunday morning. But we actually get into the history of it, so much other fascinating here. First of all, we should understand that the Maccabees Civil War. It described a fissure between two large of how they felt it should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under the Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died several years before the conquest. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what is basically called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple because it was at the borderline between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Israel. As a result, Israel was handed back and forth so much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the academic world occurs. The version of the story that you probably from your child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus before Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 154. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. There's also a bit of a magi. In fact, it has a nickname. Epiphanes means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin translated as the sugar man. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in the previous lectures. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires have been very tolerant of many different things because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, but you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with this? But there was a looming controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Jews are looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us this direction. It was a urban rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tended to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus was stinging his thumb with some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population. He began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hold in Israel was the office of the high priest, quote unquote. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, another more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists Jason, and then even more so for Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such things, back in Hellenizing first Jason and Menelaus, and after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage from the Hellenizing environment by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional human practice, such as circumcision and the use of sacrifices. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation of Hellenist values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world has to be held the Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating. They were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure, who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat the enemy. But let's talk about the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Rothschild, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Antiochus with his several sons did word, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which had been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Antiochus and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on the Jews who supported them. Tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jews are very simple to not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is when Montesquieu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly champion. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own Attack plan by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out of function for Yehuda Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhaustive search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in the battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved the use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what must be like that they would put some kind of fortified station on top where more than those on top of the other attack from above. And so one of the brothers, Rothschild, thinking correctly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elements, and Rothschild decided to attack the elephant from the crushed him. And this particular instrument, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this as the 14th century German they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, and they've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse, and the artist, obviously, in this example, did not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and stretched it from the back. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy building of a picture, like some pride, something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Well, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly is the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in historical sources, actually makes remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals of several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, the Buddha was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of Antilochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here is the finished arch and Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're parting away the spoils from the temple, including the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. Stephen Fine at Michigan University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to look like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which we would have in some kind of representation of Torah, and as you see labeled, the candelabra of the Jews, the Torah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which they have with the shofar, the table or perhaps altar or something like that. Anyway, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle which gets such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Raita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21. The Raita or the Raisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition that's handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Raita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story. The oil that continued to burn for 8 days was shifted as it had burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anim, which is a school of fast days that does not fastings per se, but mainly it's days of which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, need for some kind of way of human rights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented yet. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that there's no have the exact date that Antiochus first defiled, and so it is an anniversary of the defiling temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple once again. So, what I would like to say about all this is that miracle is fascinating and there's a lot of history written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. It's quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. That Maccabees' earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all this Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. Although the Maccabees describes an amazing story that at the lengths they were going to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And the Maccabees' remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for independence and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to surrender. They did not, however, surrender to the country. In fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians for more expensive years. They wouldn't get that until long after it was gone in 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized that fighting this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing the Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You didn't like us. How about you just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want to be God. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody and pay it to the Greeks. That's the big deal. And so you actually lost his main supporters because the majority of people, although they were incensed at the idea of infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Syria. And there's much more to say about the fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol, Alphaeus, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be on the government. You have this idea in tradition that there was no such thing as coincidence. words, Vayamim ha'el, Vazman hazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, in our time, and Rabbi Eliyahu Gessler and others point out that it's philosophy, times like a guide, like a spiral. So when we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding guide, but we go around in circles and then eventually come back to the same thing that we were at long time ago. And on a collective rhythm as well. It's not all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with festive religious activism, is a sale every year by one humanity tide of assimilations. And that the struggle of the Hanukkah and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, like everything else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, let's give it time back. If we found one of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Yosef Goebbels, who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, or two nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means crystal or really broken glass in this context, the weight of broken glass. This refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht was remarkable for many reasons. So first off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes and certainly of wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues, nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s. This represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. Some 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context of atrocities of Kristallnacht and sent a chilling message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany, and things were actually much worse before they would get there. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht, and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making, and that there were plans laid in place simply waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the famous beer hall putsch that we discussed earlier. This happened to fall very nicely with that as a major propaganda victory. But the night's pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old, Herschel Grinchbahn, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinchbahn had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been abused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left standoff that lasted actually several weeks. There were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinchman, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative including unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he brought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Rauchek, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchman made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Rauchek himself, he instead shot Ernst von Rath, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinchman murdered von Rath specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rath. But nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his pleasure with how they would treat these parents. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous purpose because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed as that. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive looting throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist. They're known in England as the stormtroopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of this particular film. Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The stormtroopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah schools, and even engaging in home invasions where rape and murder were again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happened to be a very fluid time where many Jews fled. The final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the fact that they were Jewish. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchman's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that they pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. There was a strange epilogue to tell the story of Grinchman. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. He, however, deftly maneuvered past that in fact the reason he murdered von Rath had nothing to do with the Nazi maltreatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel. That he was engaged in a relationship with von Rath, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed by this argument. They certainly couldn't put Grinchman in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual, and so therefore the show trial ultimately was dropped. Grinchman, however, disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event Here's an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a great boat that was taken just a few months after this dialogue. You see an absolutely horrific thing. The float itself has the title Rabbi, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew eater. You see, it's some kind of attempt at show that there's this kind of monstrous thing, and here there are people who can kind of climb up as if some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a tradition, German art, for example, from the 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hell mouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see the figure, the bearded figure, just second from the right, is in fact a Jew wearing a huge distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century Fourth Vatican Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well. Various sinners who were forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's in fact what the German town is depicted here, where Jews are going to walk into their professor, the Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what is going to happen to Jews just a few months with the onset of the But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th. Nazis smashed looted Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels calls a halt. Clearly, very well orchestrated kind of activity. There was a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately, not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed visas into various countries either. So it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it implied. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset that there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what action they take. This played very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class, and we can get to the actual beginning. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks on Jews, and it was a harbinger of much worse things to come. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The 0 is up to 100, and we'll just
over a little bit into the 2nd century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the First Roman-Jewish War that began in the year 66 and extended by most scholars count to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was a battle of the mind. It's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries, in fact, millennia. I would like to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, as not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we are using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the testimony of Flavian and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working with archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today.
We will also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who's exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them, but with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you're ever this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's my son. Okay, and one of the an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babata archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babata. She was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow Jewish client kings to designate their successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galilee and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took the Gaulantes and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with this division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out in violence that was actually taking place on the temple ground. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. But let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Matufisa shekel, the half shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this Matufisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this Matufisa shekel, this Fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? So there were while the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay, so now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have from the period, that Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews, or Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up myself. Okay, so it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worshipped an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is
today's politics, it's a principle, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues, you really had power, but this was just what you did. This is just, normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work. One day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form. All kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes or tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. You see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god, and everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne, and so he said, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? The Jews are just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries, that they have on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem. By the way, I am a student at an amazing college, Touro College. We have a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifice when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as like that. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But we'll see that this is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the First, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the First. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pluta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously, in Transit Kedushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left, it says in Greek, Basileus, which is king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippus was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6, which is quite often with minor royalty that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished, so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. He was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what he's supposed to do, he has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage of Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah, within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be, though, because the Torah says I may not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achenu ata, achenu ata." It's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the Father. So he's kind of a complicated character, but he was not a Zoe Frucht. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which was totally verboten in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Bozarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because
Agrippa II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. So, like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he's accepted to be completely over the Romans. But that is, in fact, where he put himself on the political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. There's in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippa's on the throne now. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity through Agrippa's, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans, things like that. Many of them put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Tuscala, Simon ben Fioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kinds of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt, who's known simply as the Egyptian, he claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. Just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response, and so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried, and these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular, and when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, who did this, how is that possible, and then they would blend away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicarii back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the north in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with the local procurator, particularly harsh individual named Estius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because it doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns, call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna bury the hatchet. We're gonna make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "You sent me an invitation." And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. Says, "Well, don't kick me out. Well, all these other dignitaries are here. I have a big wedding present for your children." He says, "I don't care." He says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You gotta go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would have taken him out by that point. But at that point, he says no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying, at this point, you should be mavater, you should compromise, let them stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a point of statement of saying, you know what, this government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Sextius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns few of the suburbs of Jerusalem. But for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. I just go backwards here. You can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue. Because they were unarmed, which didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there. Although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to send, I'm not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus, to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There's the most important area attacked, and he's going to down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, at the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besieged the Jews there. Josephus describes, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problem, they have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yotfat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this, in order to convince Vespasian that we can stand this for a long, long time. And many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yotfat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in the suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else. It's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea is holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, "Why do you call me emperor?" He says, "Because I have seen, I'm Jewish, so connected with prophecy, I have seen that you will one day be emperor." And basically, as they're talking, we get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tisha B'Av. The rebels in Jerusalem showed phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them. It's really an incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they have a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealous groups, summoned by Gloria, John the Piscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it's really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of Temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few. And it's rather amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yosfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who's a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in the city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says Leges Judeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have, they're carting away a Chatzotzrot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general. And on the right, you see Judea Capta, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose. They're clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back, in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seemed to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia, down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization. It's in this region here, not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority, they are, of course, pushed back, and the Romans, the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It's more like a so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea, how did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the top of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor of Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no one should be allowed to castrate young boys. But the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And a tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom who's coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters that I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babaka archive. I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. Apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babata, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents to take with you? Probably your passport, maybe deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. That's exactly what Babata took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman, just on the surface, on what I've told you so far. You see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes, she was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things that scholars are still pouring over the Levanta archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatov HaMeitzi was composed in memory of the Ruge Beitar. The Jews were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had families who were among zealots, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including, I believe it was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead. They proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to nevertheless suffer, was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to happen, I understand it, but then there's a whole story there in this moment, I won't go into details, but essentially Vespasian gives him 3 wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing, what do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavne, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second, is the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section, not just, but it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died, blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah and things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable. Because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right, about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last three lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis of Yavne, later who had moved to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up the series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, the 26th. And thank you very much for your attention.
The Haggadah is one of the most popular books ever written, and its circulation among the Jewish people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday Passover and intended for all use, has resulted in such a large of commentaries in addition to Haggadah translations of the Haggadah, illustrations of the Haggadah. It's really an amazing document, but I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I've ever had to examine is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and to try to persuade its readers to adopt more pro-Soviet communist ways of using life. This was obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious people who found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the grace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and do away with all the ties of traditional religion. And they turned to the faith or the Jewish section of the Communist Party to achieve it. One of the bizarre experiments was the so-called Rebbe Haggadah. Several actually were published. We're going to look at one that the Jewish National University tried very recently, which are online. We're going to look at one that was published in 1922, illustrated by Mordecai Altshuler. And I guess what's going on with this very bizarre Haggadah. So here's a picture of the cover. The cover illustration says people's comments opposed to the search for my home for love. But it's looking at the design of old rabbis, the artworks they were there, looks rather intimidating and not appealing at all, whereas the younger boy is wearing a traditional style hat and fits getting out from below his shirt. Nevertheless, looks with great trepidation out of this ritual. I don't think that's really what's going to happen in this Haggadah. There's going to be a strong contrast between the old ways to see this dark superstitions and even misanthropic, and the new ways which is represented by communism, of course, they can be far more appealing to the younger generation. Look at this illustration that shows the Korban Pesach, sacrificial lamb, with some kind of volcanic eruption happens here, and the Jews are fleeing. Those also are quite negative, and they have these dead sheep that are lying on altars there. Which appears to be kind of like a message like the old way is changing, and traditionalist Jews are all running away because there's a eruption. There is a communist
this illustration is from the Testament. It's again right on the title page. This is the passage that refers to the collection of comments, the collection of leaven in the house, which refers to the traditional thought of it's a Rabbi decided to evil, and also refers to personal arrogance and pride. The holiday of Passover is designed to be a time when people examine themselves very carefully and oppose these lost elements that help purify them for the holiday of Shavuot. And they look at the letters that the actual made the spells there. See that the spelled very incorrectly. It's spelled in phonetic Yiddish alphabet. This is really not the case there. So it's trying to move away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, the language of the Bible, the language of liturgy, the language of religion, and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular language. But Yiddish is heavily reflected by Hebrew words, a large portion of the vocabulary is Hebrew. And the typical literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words interspersed in a Yiddish sentence. But they would be spelled Hebrew spelling. Here, they are spelling them with Yiddish spelling, which is completely wrong. For example, the comments with a chop instead of a chop. Also, I'm sorry to sound a little nasty here for those of you who might not have that much familiarity with the Hebrew. You'll notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, on the left, that is a final form of lettered sign. By the end of the 1920s, the final forms of all of these series were so literally because they were considered non-proletarian. They were too complicated. However, you have 5 letters that are written differently in the middle of the word than they are at the end of the word. So you would write something, publish something, for example, with the final forms, is be sent to the site word. That's just how bizarre. And if I look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text in Yiddish, that talks about the destruction of the comics as the destruction of all of these ruling classes by the new 1917 Soviet Revolution. And these capitalists there, religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and all the groups, like the whole point I saw earlier, as a reference to how the huge period in books, which of course would have been conquest here, bring Jews out of the nature of the labor of the working classes. Sometimes this takes on even more violent tendencies. In this illustration of Corinth, which is the passageway, I got the sandwich made of matzah and maror, and this is just so much of there. You see the bayonet flying, and this is which then so it's like brutal, but every single metaphor that would possibly be evoked to try and describe the transitions of the old world to new is illustrated here. Basically, here's another one that says Yachad, which is the passage is like Haggadah. The leader of the Seder takes the matzah and breaks it in half. And you see on the left side, there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah. Again, fighting the argument rabbi, father type, who takes the matzah and breaks it in half. There's one part here, the pillow there, so he goes straight to the atonement, and the other part is the meal. But on the right, laughing at them are 2 Soviet workers who look like they're suspended up high in the air, like the skyscrapers representing Soviet modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist and they're about to break it in half. The figure on the left there is holding up the capitalist in his right hand and it's about to break capitalism. So any metaphor possible. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this and I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be an illustration for us as to what the true message of Haggadah really is. The true message of Passover, message of freedom, message of freedom and responsibility to God's will. That's what it's all about. Anyways, Chag Kasher B'Sameach, excellent Passover, and of course, Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is an absolutely incredible year of Jewish art, one of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in Jewish traditions. But it also has an absolutely amazing story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when the impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You recall that perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. This child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8, like the size of a largest paperback book. And as his father recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was hoping to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah is a little bit of a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain, most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding dress. May have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families that had the Haggadah commission, and as is common in medieval manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But anyway, once this document became known to the scholarly world, of course, it was avidly studied because it is a rather example of Jewish art in a period when there was comparatively little figurative representative art that still exists. You recall the bird's head Haggadah, which showed great hesitation to represent human features. The Sarajevo Haggadah has no such function, and people are regularly depicted. Here you can have a look at some of the amazing scenes in this little volume. Here's a scene that shows Moses Aaron before King Pharaoh, who looks a little bit like a medieval Christian monarch. And the staff around, of course, is able to swallow up the staff of all the magicians of Pharaoh, as is depicted in the book of Exodus. Here is another picture that shows a large vegetable, massive vegetable, perhaps justifying the outside sacrifices. And this appears to be marrow. I guess that looks like sort of like an artichoke, maybe a romaine leaf, but at any rate, it's a really good. And here's a great picture showing the prophetess Miriam with the women dancing after the Jews sea of reeds, and the Pharaoh's soldiers are all drowning in the waters. But here's an image that is especially fascinating, and that art historians are taking great amount of difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here. It appears to be a Seder meal. Note that all the participants are female, so it appears that the men and women must have eaten separately. The woman on the far right seems to be leading the Seder. Maybe she's finished there because she's opening up the ring cup and everyone else is waiting for her. She is clearly leaning to the left. You can see the pillow to her left elbow. And that's all fascinating and stuff, but look at the woman at the lower left, who has clearly African features, and in this particular representation, her face seems to be kind of Jewish. In other photographs, it looks a bit darker, but she's clearly not of the same background as the Caucasian woman in the picture, but she's clearly participating in the meal. She's holding up what looks like either a salad or perhaps a piece of matzah there, and she's looking to eat her the Seder like everyone else. She's seated like she's a guest at the table. She's not servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to him. So exactly, who is this dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder? Is she a member of the household? Does it appear as she guessed? What is going on? So I want to let you know in advance. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I want to leave you with a question for you. But anyway, what happened to this Haggadah? Most likely it left with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula with the Alhambra decree of 1492 when the Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a Italian statement by a censor from the year 1609 that indicates states that the book is acceptable for circulation or for use. It doesn't have to be, burned or anything like that. God forbid that. That's many of the works were exposed to at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which is, of course, on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. Now, what's fascinating about this is that when the Nazis came into the region, they were, of course, aware of this great treasure, the Sarajevo Agave. And they specifically sought to confiscate it and then send it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture, which was not a museum where you go and feel good about all the great things the Jews have done culturally. It was a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic, quote unquote, success in eradicating this culture. And they were collecting all kinds of artworks from all around Europe to try and populate this museum. And of course, they wanted the Sarajevo. There was a Muslim man in Dervish Korkut who was the curator at the time, and he was aghast at the idea that the Nazis would actually take this document. He had apparently earlier on in his life seen the Nazis burn the Sacred Torah and was horrified, and he felt that this was a terrible tragedy. And so he actually smuggled the Haggadah out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired, he was coming down to ask him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with this. He brought it to a imam out of town, hid it most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there until it was eventually united with the collection of Sarajevo, where it is a real clandestine treasure. Now, there's another element to this story. Besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving his Jewish treasure, he also saved a young Jewish partisan named Ira Papa. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this girl and gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave, sort of the Nazis let her out, and she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the corporate family to be members of the righteous of the nations. And in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by Yad Vashem, and a certificate was sent to his family in Sarajevo. So that's kind of an amazing story how, this man was so heroic, saved not only the Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved a Jewish child and was recognized. But the story did not end there. What ended up happening is, those of you who remember the 1990s, there was a terrible war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The term ethnic cleansing was used, really coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter, evil war. And Muslims were under attack in the Serbian region. And the descendants of the Korkut family, their daughter, had to flee the region. And she eventually made her way into Macedonia. They were impoverished. They were literally refugees with nothing to their name. All they had was a suitcase of belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in the fighting that was going on. Among the documents that the Korkut's daughter took with her was this certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations. And so, not knowing what to do, they made their way to Jewish community, and they went to the Jewish Study Center and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of information as to what their background was. Of course, the Jewish community was overwhelmed at the daughters of the righteous of the nations visiting, and they immediately contacted Israel, and the Prime Minister, who was at the time the epicenter as it is right now, is the lecture, met them at the airport and welcomed them to Israel, where they were given refuge. It's an amazing story how, what goes around the boy, Muslim, was able to save this treasure. Jewish documents, and later the Jews were able to save the
back to this question of who is the dark side? Yeah, it's the same. So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and opine what possibly this could mean. But I'd like to suggest, this is just maybe something we've discussed as well, Passover, to say it yourself, that woman is actually out as the guest at the table. At the beginning of the Seder, we like to say, whoever is hungry, please come and eat, as well as the hunger itself. You know, why that woman is in that picture? But just as she was in the family of the mission Sarah, and just as young hero couple was the other masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Qur'an home. And just like the Sarajevo's Haggadah itself was masquerading as Muslim books on a shelf in a mosque in somewhere in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the presence of this other, this mysterious dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others. Stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to make. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you have a fantastic Passover Seder. Last night I had the privilege with a project on which is a very meaningful project that specifically looks to provide an intellectual space for people who are struggling with their children, which is basically every single Jew I know, myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students who wish to find some kind of intellectual space where we can ask the kind of questions that we are comfortable asking our peers, yet within a very supportive and care centric. I feel very grateful that being invited, and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you with straight to the first discussion. The point of the talk was to look at the concept of Jewish identity in connection with the upcoming holiday of Purim, and specifically the period of Queen Esther, who I think is an absolute fascinating figure to biblical canon, who has extensive to say about how we articulate our Jewish identities today, thousands of years after these have described the prophet. So, over the course of this brief lecture, I'm going to advance across several periods of history. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself and some of the identity challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to Victoria's reign, like to look at the impact specifically of the Spanish Inquisition on Jewish identity, how that required subversion of Jewish identity based on cultural threat. And then I'd like to look at Amsterdam in the 17th century, and especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate institutions after having this artificially separate as a result of the Inquisition. Then we're going to jump way back in time again to ancient Alexandria to look at the argument she was Septuagint and the unusual thing it is to say about Esther find without references in common Alexandria. This is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it is focused on a literary figure in historical context, but it contributes to their appreciation of the reading of U.S. Esther, which will occur right there. The chronological setting for the story of Esther is, of course, Persia after the destruction of the first temple. Here's a representation of that horrific event in the late 6th century State era, which is clearly anachronistic and rapidly but it captures some of the chaos and ideas that are associated with Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the kingdom, and most significantly, the tremendous pace of exile that occurred as a result of that destruction, captured here in James Story's classic work, The Plague of Prisoners. The destruction of the first temple in the early 6th century also resulted in massive population transfer, which Nebuchadnezzar exiled, in particular the nobility from Jerusalem and surrounding
Judea, a significant portion of the leadership of the population off to distant Babylon. I was very glad to give us a map that shows that those exiles took to this book. This is not a straight course that would require them to cross the very comfortable desert, but they took the traditional route up to the desert of Syria and followed the Euphrates River in southern Lebanon, which is next to the Kibbuth of the Tigris River, down to the we should realize not only is this phenomenal geographical upheaval and political upheaval and economic upheaval, for our purposes, it's essentially important for us to reflect on the assault misrepresented present. Let us recall that the temple, which had been constructed in the era of Solomon, particularly the process of the Solomon, which was like 500 years prior. That meant that the Jews regarded the temple as their primary pivot point of their relationship with God. Everything meaningful in their individual relationship with God was processed through that little bit of real estate in Jerusalem. One which is one for just one thanks. And it's any kind of relationship with God is really focused on what's happening in the past. Which the destruction of that temple is that physical location of a relationship with God. When the exiles go foreign lands, as Jews must have felt that it's all over. It's not. Because God even I'm so blessed. 2,000 years later, they said, yes, he was supposed to be the concept of God as the obviously universal. God should have a few best powers back about that God does in Israel, but it must have been a very real concern for the Jews in the 6th century for the common era, especially for less well-educated Jews. Would it have an effect for them? For Jews to go back then, they would just go back to the palace. A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, in the side of rivers of Babylon, which is beautifully expressed here by the so it's here for Jews and exiles. It's not just the top left and right, the praying. It's the first verse of that psalm that simply refers to the Jews approaching the rivers of Babylon, which would have been just Euphrates and the second Tigris. There they sat down and they left with the members and their captives connected to say, God, which they asked the question, how can they sing a song? Really, Father, who's literally changed the person to a liar, the silence of answers. How do these questions? So, this is the setting, intellectual, spiritual of the book of Esther. It's a setting in which people are concerned with what will happen to Jews their destiny once they have been exiled to Babylon. This helps us understand really how Esther forced to hide her Jewish identity, entered into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus. She had a dramatic choice
there were others who adopted it brilliantly and eventually disappeared into Spanish, and then of course, but let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people came to be approaches have emerged from this. It's a story of Spanish English movement 100 years prior to expulsion. By allowing such challenge Spanish population because one these Jews were no longer bound by significant restrictions that were put by society. Secondly, their new constitutional status, they were allowed to occupations, travel without influence, huge higher education, even within the church, all kinds of avenues for such adjustment. However, because they had accepted baptism against the will, forced upon them the rest, they rise from the bigger church. So they had this kind of like, very much like us, they had this advantage of being considered technically Christians because the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There's such thing as a do-over, but a person who was baptized wasn't baptized. And so for the rest of their lives, they kind of trapped that eternal Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them. So I think they still retain that desire to remain within the church. And in fact, the next 75 odd years, very much involved in the church. Still, once they are still living Jewish neighborhoods, marrying other Jews or marrying other technically baptized Jews, that will be also, by the way, called Christos, or Greek Christians. They were distinct from old Christians who were not baptized during those attacks of 1391. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Thomas of Canada, Inquisition as the monks required of the first Christians if they were still practicing Judaism, faith practices. And so he was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided post-baptism, not specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that meant that they were now Christians who were those beginning of Jews. For the Sabbath on Saturday, for example, kosher, educating children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the English was specifically directed at this very significant population of good Christians and workers. The methods of forced professions, which people would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates. They were also secret Judaizers, whether this was true or not. And this created a growing storm of more confessions, more projects, more confessions, and positions spread further and further in Spanish society, really disrupted as a whole. Now we can give you a sense of the terror of the Spanish Inquisition. One of many various torture devices developed for the German spirit. This is something which was ironically placed there. It was inserted in one of several possible orifices of the Nationalist torture, and the reason it's possibly harassing term. Looked up like this terrible rupture of organs and membranes. And various diabolical torture was used to elicit these forced operations. Once the person was trade refuge. Yet another confronted subtly the cycle of denunciations and curses and purpose. And they would also be required to use it for good as something for the rest of their lives. Something that would sometimes be out in our church with the fact that they feel shame to be pretty horrific times. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threat to overwhelm its normal functioning in Spanish society without necessarily slowing down the process of these false cardinals and suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached the problem from a different direction, suggesting to the King that perhaps the reason why the Inquisition was not succeeding is not actually bringing this process to a close, because those Jews who are baptized are still exempt from punishment. And the baptized Jews, the conversos, the Christians, are still seeking association with their Jewish communities. Therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from Spain, utterly dramatically, especially given the strength of the Jewish community in the peninsula, perhaps that would bring an end to the attempt to make Spain regionalized and realize this remarkable depiction by the Rey de Sala Frances really captures much of the mood. Here is the Albion Swedish statement that it's by Papa Manel, or Papa Manel. He was famous for his rabbinic commentaries, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high officer in the Spanish state taxation system. And he personally begged Ferdinand and Isabella, the King of Spain, to pull back on his threat of expulsion. He also explained very reaction to the courtiers to the son, expressing horror, some expressing distant fascination with and here is Torquemada loudly gesticulating his left hand pointing backwards and bringing about how far the community that would be seen to expel the Jews from Spain. All of this sadly unmoved by the government, and ultimately decide to expel the time. This really great Spanish diaspora as they spread out throughout the Mediterranean basin, second in Africa, Italian Peninsula, in Eastern Africa, in particular, some made it to the Americas, particularly through Portuguese Brazil, and some that we'll talk about in a second, eventually got to northern Europe, especially Amsterdam, which was particularly known for its liberal welcoming attitude to descendants of Spanish. The more obvious route of escape from many Jews, however, was simply west liberal peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupied the western coast. There had been a history of Portugal sheltering such as groups like Rabbi and farms here. But the Kings of Portugal would not with this overwhelming right denies. And unfortunately, 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, the king decided to rest the benefit of the Jewish population, which was highly literate, vigorous, and very wealthy population. And so rather than expelling them, he decided to forcibly clear all of them, similar to what happened with the 1399 Spain. But this was that now you had a large population of cryptos, many of whom were formerly from Spain, now living in Portugal, who have about 20 years grace with still maintain their Jewish identity in spite of these, but then we get the 1530s terrible Syrian persecution and with Portuguese position, which was in many ways more ferocious than so for generations, Portugal follow the family from parents and children to graduate thought, Portuguese their identity deeper and deeper, further suppressed, yet fearful of people who real to their show them that they were our Jewish ancestors, as we were accidentally mentioned that to someone in the street, a playmate perhaps, and it's a young musician. That's a terrible time that I've lost several times. So in this context, I look at one specific it's very tragic and well, this material that Costa also spelled circumstances are especially if he's more than 15 and there's an issue with like children, I'm going to live on how the real case and real risk to mother was especially staunch on her attachment to his father appears to be a very devout and you see the education as they were leaving Portugal for country that wasn't Jewish, British actually overthrown. She was always motivated by stories of music that in Hebrew scriptures, which were available to Portuguese Christians. But recall that he had no access to his entire he had no access to rabbis, no access to books. Books were allowed in Portugal at the time, medical texts. Otherwise, he had no connection to the rest of the Jewish world, other than what he had through mediated Christian sources. Nevertheless, he embraced his Jewish identity, both hands, and having some circumcised, very enthusiastic to the Jesus because one of the things that troubled him was his perceived distance from the real truth that he imagined on reading biblical text and the actual truths that he came in contact with, actual human beings, and real community with the occasional failings, the occasional inappropriate behavior and so on. And he became kind of a gadfly to that. Regularly proclaiming his displeasure with truth failed to heal to the straight and narrow of truth. He was like more religious all of a sudden. Imagine speaking Russian harassed and from speech or not observing the sound properly, or God forbid not his speech properly, and he was actually excommunicated by the Roman times. It's incredible. Spent some time with counselors and found that he could not deal with the lead problem of watching, especially his mother, and he noticed how tremendous resentment for the fact that he was not living up to his idea of Judaism, rather than all that. She never confused Judaism with Jews. Jesus made that mistake. Jesus has a lot of ideas. Nevertheless, begged to be allowed to come back and let us understand. Forget the Jewish community. So this time, actually, for another 150 years, it's a kind of executive situation where their specific rights and privileges in Amsterdam are not really honored out. And the Jews are worried about giving public declaration of the Jewish years like failing to refer these objects. And so they were trying to exercise some kind of social control over the Costa so that he would not be jeopardizing his political, social, and economic standing as a Jew. He was not uncommon. He was expelled from the country localities and the Jewish community in a rather high-handed way. His expressions, don't forget, were quite effective. He published books criticizing it's not a sin. After his third excommunication, he spoke to the court in Amsterdam, and they agreed to readmit him. But his level of repentance had to be specifically sealed with a much more the public demonstration of nutrition, which required him to speak for the entire citizen of the where he beats his chest and reads out loud the expression of his sins. And then he is stripped to the waist, tied to a pillar in the synagogue, symbolically flogged. This is not as unusual as it sounds. 16th, 17th century flogging in synagogue contained social norms was considered not, I would say, necessarily common, but it was not well heard of. The floggings were not physical punishments. They were flogging him with a tiny wisdom that would just stuck in the wrist and kind of open up and out. We're not talking about a serious physical harm, but more on the ritual humiliation. And following that, he's required to lay down his emphasis in life. The entire congregation stepped over his body as when he walked in the synagogue, taking himself to the gestures intended to force him to cease. Tragically, although the Costa got up from this patient and walked home, I 12-page suicide was published for the last time. Exemplar example of which tells the story of his life, which shows the Jews and ultimately struggles with Jewish identity as a result of this is a very powerful and tragic story opposite of the Jew. Here is a Jew who tries to identify himself by a fleeting Jewish but able to imagine an unrealistic perception of himself. Describes here personality but thus suicide represents so much potential shaped by force and historical circumstances by his ability to understand the difference between obviously can have much greater impact such as in many artistic representations, plays, and so on. But perhaps the greatest impact was in someone who never met the young the relationship between Esther, our experts, and classical, who had a similar running with Rothschild maybe some later, although we never met in person with them in the relationship. And this remarkable version that shows the depths of Mesa, probably the one colorful clothing, working on the flowers with a much more healthy Christ-centered approach, sitting on the lap of his stories and Oscar, just black to Spinoza's personal experience was not really as tragic as Costa's, but also represents the greatest expression of Jewish identity. To that end, let us now go back in time once again and take you to our Sarkia region, which is located in the western part of the Nile Delta. It's actually a very ancient Jewish city. It's a very important building, a lot of medical expertise coming from the tribes and regions. So, in this context, the most significant element is that was actually the third century Portuguese, which was a complete translation of the scriptures. This is known as the Al-Shiva, the translation of the 70s, or the Septuagint. The Septuagint is a fascinating work according to the legend surrounding its creation. Because Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all in separate readings with a top who had some scriptures and ordered them all to translate it. Once they had completed the process, we all stepped out, and miraculously, all of their translations were identical. The topic goes into specific discussions about why they all decided to divert from the same text and phrases here and there, but this was a miracle of this story that all 70 rabbis came up with the same translation. I have to mention one very joke about this. It's the person of very important relationship. I have to visit something about you think that's a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis and don't put them in 70 individual rules. Put them in one big rule. See if they come up with one translation. If they do, that would be a miracle. But anyway, what is relevant for our discussion here is what the rabbis decided to do is the gospel. So classically, they looked at the disciplines and they looked at some of the obvious questions that the text raises. Like, for example, why is there no reference to God in the entire text? Like, why is there no explicit reference to God in the text? But when it comes to this, like, defining God in the text, that there's no explicit reference to God in the text. And Esther's own relationship to God, where is that? Where is her Jewish identity? She seems to be kind of like a pawn moved around by very powerful forces. And so Mordecai specifically tells her she has to stand up for herself and create a Jewish community, which she does heroically and becomes the heroine of the entire story. But where is her anyway? Where is her relationship to God? So to try and address this hole in the text, they actually added 107 verses to the text. But adds in all kinds of pieces which you would expect to see in a book like the Bible. But Esther is actually one of the most confusing books in the Bible. Many reasons I won't mention two of them now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint tried to sort of fix it for Greek readers to make it more understandable within the art of Jewish theology, and specifically to explain a little bit more about this point on Esther's identity. And in the Septuagint version, we have a much more pious Esther, where Esther reaches out to God even in the ambiguity of a post-temple world. In an environment which is not Israel, it's exile, she nevertheless reaches out to God and asserts her identity of great personal risk in order to save the entire region. So let us bring it home. I was looking at this remarkable piece. This is actually a wall painting from the ancient synagogue, not too far from it was discovered in the 19th century. It was buried in sand for many centuries, but when it was uncovered, there were two remarkable wall paintings that built this this painting, of course, depicts the message of the rest of the system. That's the famous Mordecai, that, of course, the and over here on the far right, you see Esther sitting beside Ahasuerus in the finery. But what I find especially fascinating, I don't have an answer for the question I'm going to pose, is these four figures right in the very middle of the text. Two figures on opposite ends of the spectrum have fully formed features, and two middle figures have completely absent unless very good. Sometimes faces are removed from groups of art because there's iconoclastic movements that iconoclastic movements that actually remove spatial representations in Baba, for example. But that doesn't seem to be the case here at all. It seems like the features of the what is going on there? So I don't know enough about the actually say of the expression of Jewish identity, which are often threatened by external circumstances, like the exile to Babylonia, like the Spanish Inquisition, the Portuguese Inquisition, the kind of fascist measures taken by the Jewish itself can submerge Jewish identity. And it is finding that identity and expressing it central to not only the ways of contact, as I understand it, but also I think many ways embedded in the text as sort of okay, I hope you found this sort of exploration of identity and hello everyone. I'm really grateful to Rabbi Trump and staff at the Yaakov to deliver a very short Torah, part of these 10 short Torah on 10 plagues. So I got the third plague twice. Let's have a quick look at it. There's an awful, really hard depiction of rice. There were two species of rice that plagued the ancient world in the Middle East. The easiest is the scientific name, and there was dark and light rice. The dark ones were also called head rice, and the light ones were apparently clothing. How did people deal with that? Pretty much the same as we do today. Lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the 15th century, from the people here, whatever, how people found it. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to deodorize her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but a lot of the materials they use today seem pretty scary too. And the technology we see used in this golden agada from Spain around the same period as earlier, we see that women are using rice pumps that look much like rice pumps today. The other type of rice, the one that affects clothing, it's not interesting stuff as part of it. How to deal with those rice on Shabbos and things like that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them was to fumigate them with a kind of salt-based incense oil. This is an example of that would have had coals pushed to the bottom. You put incense at the top, and then you put it in your closet to fumigate your clothes and hopefully kill the lice that are running there and not really close to the lice. So here's a representation of the first plague so especially the passage that is most striking here in the book where God tells Moses how Aaron to strike God. So Aaron hits the dust and rice comes up out of it. And then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses and they here, somehow the Egyptians like to live also here. They look at what just happened and they say, the last verse here, well, exile it says it is the influence that God nevertheless kept his heart. So the question is, why is light the finger of God? How can it be red with blood? The frogs that's not the finger of God, but lice, that's the finger of God. So the famous passage of the Talmud is this, where Rabbi Eliezer says that the fact that the magicians who are quite talented at this device is the example of the finger of God shows you that their power is to create things that are bigger than a life. This could manipulate the universe, but it is as down as anything. This things that are smaller than God. Now, Papa disagrees and says, are you kidding? They could shoot a camel. They probably can't do any of these things. But in reality, what they do is they're able to destroy the demons who can around various things in space that can look like a hurricane or himself and just couldn't get the demons to suffer this. Now, the way that I approach this, that I think is perhaps this gets dangerously close for this choice to be speaking about something horror like this. There's a fantastic passage with a beautiful erotic given to the secret woman. Long been associated with horror in Barcelona, there were some questions about this. And this book, which was actually written to the world's greatest blockbuster president ever. And this, the Sefer Achinuch, there's this discussion of what the kids don't know. He argues there, in the context of discussion of mixing women's role and eating together like those things. That discussion that sounds a little bit like pretty scientific thought. Because it's not just about it so much as how the natural goodness is down. My God, all kinds of happenings and certain things just are not known to mix. Like when they say, things like that. Like, just don't mix these things because there are certain powers associated with them, which we could call scientific constants. But there's together mind of the interest in the world that you call demons, but they refer to scientific constants. In that context, I would say approach is involved with the context of so small as one really unimaginable tragedies. And for us to think that, we, the masters of our science and the masters of our universe, somehow create us to control all of the factors in our lives, and all of a sudden it's kind of little thing, much smaller than our lives, suddenly able to overturn us. Hopefully we should get past this situation very soon. Passover, of course, is a dark anniversary because this has been the last year's Passover, and we're so terribly suffering here later. Now, thank God, it's easier to say, although we still original. But I think it's a tremendous loyalty to human atoms. I think that we are totally in control of it. In reality, the smallest, tiniest of things, maybe that's the thing that it was. I don't have an answer as to why that points in the way it does. But I hope we can show Rabbi, for that very kind introduction. It's a very privilege to speak to this august audience. The plan for today is I'm going to speak for about half an hour, and the goal is to give a very broad overview of Egyptian Jewish life and pastor. And so one of we're coming up to the holiday of Passover, and emptying out the Jewish population that is described so frequently at the beginning of the book of Exodus. But what happens afterwards? In reality, there's a significant Jewish population of civilization that goes on for the next 3,000 odd years. Ironically, we live in a time in the mid-20th century onward in which the Exodus from Egypt has really come full circle and more complete now in sad ways than it ever has been over the last. So I'm going to just give a very quick broad strokes of look at the historical Jewish life in Egypt. And about half an hour, we'll have a chance to worship a little bit of Satan. We'll have a conversation. I hope you find this more engaging. Let's go straight to the starting point, however, that would be the Exodus itself. I don't want to overlook this moment that we spent so much time on at Passover Seder that work for just a couple of weeks. And here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where Exodus would have taken place. The Nile River Delta, of course, actually Egypt because that's the arable land that flowed from the Nile northward into the sea. Unfortunately, we have precious little archaeological evidence of the Exodus as described in the scriptures. There are a lot of reasons for this. There are certain cultural barriers. The pharaohs were loath to describe any negative information and they were wrong on how to classify furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus are not well suited to the actual geology of the region in which the various structures were built. Mud-brick structure of the Nile Delta, especially formed for erosion, as actually ironically corroborated by the Rothschild text, which talk about the loose soil of the region. And the papyri that we have from the area is incredibly scant. We're talking about something that occurred 3,000 years ago as we try to start on the fractal form. But nevertheless, we have a few things that are so precious that give us some indication of what's happening in life. I would look, for example, here just a very brief fragment that describes some of the brick making techniques that would have been used right around the time of the Exodus. The Virgin was very British Museum. We have paintings like this remarkable painting of the which is right about the same time of the Exodus, a little bit earlier, that shows how Semitic and Nubian slaves engaged in many of the activities associated with this equipment. And especially fascinating are the discoveries right about in the region of where the Ramses, the local people in Ramses, of course, they were store cities that were associated with buildings and with Exodus. A publication from 2017 showing remnants of a border pit described there. People forget the dramatic scenes that Cecil B. Rose was Charles Augustine, the great American hero is going to order this. I have to say that for myself, that was and here is also my same region, some children's footprints found in those same river regions. Just amazing to imagine what it must be like. We don't know, obviously, who these footprints belong to, which non-Jewish slave, non-slave, but the rest is kind of slipped to the imagination. When we try to estimate the actual route that the Jews took from Egypt and away to the Promised Land, there is quite a bit of question about the specifics of it. This is the route that's proposed by the scholar David Kitchen. I find this is probably the most confusing of the many options afforded to why this amongst the biblical record. Of course, that's a very specialization, but as you can see, the Jews reach the marshy eastern delta and probably don't cross this broad part of the Red Sea or enter into the Mediterranean, but rather proceed through the wetlands into the Sinai Peninsula, possibly dropping as far south as the region of the Arabs like Rabbi or Mount Sinai. Of course, I'm not sure that is a specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but nevertheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through the peninsula and then crossing the Promised Land just north of the Red Sea. That's most likely what describes as so there, all that Egypt was one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically returned almost immediately. They had some significant settlements in two distinct locations. This does pose some fascinating dilemmas that I believe to the rabbis to century in common era. This period after the Bar Kokhba was developed, we have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you see the shading here with gas and the region of Judea, especially prominent because this is right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. The persecutions that had their peak, so many Jews were removed from that region, fled to the north, or were taken off slave ships to Alaska. This is the heartland of the speaking language itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the Mesopotamia region, in the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where the great Talmudic academies of Suda and Vita would built up and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the Greek Peninsula, and especially in the Italian Peninsula, which may be the heartland or the font of the Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well. The biggest, clearly, biggest population is what's happening in Egypt. There are several Jewish centers all up and down the Nile, which dominates the demographics in the region. So let's have a look at a couple of those population centers, which show particular interest in historical history. We know that Jews are in this region already in the book of the long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I believe that for this audience, I have to clarify when we say United Kingdom, we are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. Saul, of course, names the married Egyptian princess. There are several references to Egypt in several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and the Valley of Hikam in the book of Jeremiah. But most significantly, we have this fascinating population that's set up in the Upper Nile, in a place called Let's have a look at it's especially fascinating. It's in the Upper Nile, which is the lower part of the map. So the Nile flows from south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile. And there are cataracts there. There are restrictions of the riverbanks that cause rapids to flow. And it's very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires a river going westward to stop and sometimes portage, right to shore the factors and bridge as a kind of which roads and French meaning to portage, to carry, literally, when you have to keep the boats out of the water and physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where baggage groups typically gather the meat, the property of the merchants that move up the river or down the river. So we have a military colony set up here already in the first millennium. What's happening? This is again basic. Before you have significant diaspora populations of nations, by the way, you have a strong Jewish military community that emphasizes their primary purpose was to make trade there, and they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it's not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside Jerusalem in contravention to traditional institutions as well. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, the Samaritan temple in Nablus, and another one possibly Jordan was a temple of the palace. But nevertheless, despite the ruling already period of David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries inside of the temple of Jerusalem itself, and to attempt to try and centralize this into the capital city, there are nevertheless anti-Roman structures built up all around because this is the way Jews worship their God, and the well. There was some very strange pieces of evidence from the Tyra and Africa that I wrote pieces of clay that had writing on it that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly the slaves who were wanted, which is also definitely not in conformity with rabbinic law as a way of expressing mission onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews there, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox to the north, in the western part of the Delta, there's a really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the second century, has a significant periods of flourishing thereafter as well. And that is Alexandria being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean was not only in commerce and goods, but also commerce and ideas. The Alexandrian community was especially known for its very well developed medical facilities, some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained by the Atomic has several references to them. They engaged in bizarre experimentation like autopsy, like that, and still growth anyway, here in Chihuahua. But also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish literature, Torah, into making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story, as recorded in the letter of Aristeas, that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis, put them in 70 different rooms, and he charged them each to translate the Torah independently. When they came out, they compared the results of their work, and amazingly, they had all translated the Torah identically, including passages where they were somehow disputed or changed, which is discussed in Talmud. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzchak Kutzner, who ran the very famous Rosh Hashiva in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle." That's just open the mind. They got soon as hard to tell each other. But anyway, they translated not only the first five books of Moses, but later on, perhaps translations of other books as well into Greek, hugely influential, particularly in the Christian world, because as Christianity would move further away from Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd centuries and had less facility with Semitic languages like Hebrew and Aramaic. They relied very heavily on Septuagint, which had significant repercussions as well. We also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, because of his Greek connection, very well integrated into the Christian tradition. A philosopher commentator named Rabbi, who prepared a fascinating kind of allegorical translation commentary that has Christian readers, but because of his somewhat ambiguous connection with the rabbinic tradition, was widely accepted, and just don't see this work make nearly as big an impression as it did on Christianity. The Jews in Alexandria were especially strong and were organized. They occupied 2 of the 5 neighborhoods in the 1st century, and their conflict with the local population resulted in what might have been the very first pogrom, kind of a popular local uprising against the strong Jewish minority. The Jews, however, would fight back, and in fact, there would be several more local riots of Jews in Alexandria, particularly in connection with geopolitical events that affected the Jewish people. There was a major uprising in 66, for example, when the first Roman Jewish war broke out in 1100, with disaster with the destruction of the temple, and there will be later conflicts with the Kitos rebellion in the 2nd century. So we have 2 really significant populations in Egypt. 2 more smaller ones that are dotting the Nile, north and south of Alexandria, of course, the central city of Egypt is Cairo. It contains a very significant Jewish population throughout the entire Mediterranean. We have unusual resource for the history of the Jews in Cairo. The Marco of Giza housed in this building, just outside Fustat, which was also known as Old Cairo, the home of Maimonides and Maimonides. There's amazing things about this synagogue. There's a view of the interior, which was renovated during the modern period, and is that the Jews of Fustat, these are not clear. They have been brought into these strict attitudes with regards something called shemos. Just in case you may not be familiar with this term, Jewish practice in accordance with the commandments of this, you not take the name of God in vain. Jewish practice is not to throw away any document which has the name of God written on it. Hence the word shemos, which means names, referring to several actual names of God that use interpretation of how this is applied in practice. What it generally means for these communities is that when prayer books go out, or Torah scrolls become no longer usable, and they are gathered up in a folded area of a gifting which is literally a storehouse or a treasure house. And then at a certain point in time, when it's sufficiently full, they are taken to the Jewish cemetery and then people just pop open over. So two unusual things happen with the Giza at the St. Ezra's synagogue in Cairo, North Cairo, and one is that the community had an unusual standard for hundreds of years of not only putting holy documents into the Giza, but any documents with the key values, which included marriage contracts, bills of sale, money that you pick up some on their way home, notes, children, students, anything that had Hebrew letters written on it was considered sacred, apparently, and took into the museum. And secondly, the museum was not important for several hundred years. So when it was discovered in this attic of the Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 19th century, it provided an absolutely overwhelming look into what one of the great scholars in period, Dr. Rothschild, called athletic human society, an explosion of documentations like dwarfs just about anything we have for the same period, let's say about 800 to 1300 Here's a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Simon Schechter, working in Cambridge with the hundreds of thousands, estimated 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the Giza in his Cambridge study. Kind of things found in there, some incredible treasures, like, for example, Maimonides' own autographed corrections of his life manuscripts. Absolutely the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo, and in fact, he and his children were users of the title made for over a century. We also have, as I mentioned, children's doodles. We have lessons from children as they learn the hour of faith, and they're just like kids today, drawing little pictures, the size, things like that. Absolutely phenomenal work. There's so much to say about the Giza. But what I find especially fascinating is that the work is ongoing. It's not anywhere near finished. Figure it out what these fragments are. And the internet has provided so many advantages. Right now, there's a site called Scribes of the Cairo of Giza, which you can sign up for free, and they are outsourcing the deciphering of the documents of Giza. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any at all, then all you do is when they show you a document, say, what language is it? You can tell it it's Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and if you don't know, you say, show me another document. And then the last few is it upside up, is it upside down, is it a palimpsest, it's huge strips, one over the other, and so on. And to whatever extent you want to volunteer just like Maimonides, I mentioned earlier, really brought the community to a grand true level of stature in the 12th century. He was, of course, born in Portugal in Spain as a result of then Muslim institution. His family left and they made their way along the coast of North Africa to come finally to Canada. Spain would actually provide another big draw to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution, but Christian persecution in the context of the Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have great scholars in Egypt at the time, the Rothschilds, the particulars, but it's not really a real leader. He's not the native Egypt, but rather in Tzfat, or Israel, would be the greatest of the Kabbalists following teacher, Rabbi, very picked up into great sites of Egyptian Jewish culture that are happening in the Middle East. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there is some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. So that 25,000 Jews who lived in Egypt by the end of the 20th century, again, primarily in these two big centers of Cairo and Alexandria. And you have about 60,000 it's an equal increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all destined to come to a fraction of primarily because of the confluence of Zionism, which is happening, of course, with successes at the same time. Jews are moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onward. Immediately after the Holocaust, there is incredible pressure on the British to relinquish the mandate and to allow the Jews to sort of hold on to Israel and to open up the floodgates of Holocaust survivors, which the Arab world, which is too much of a story for us, especially with 4 or 5 minutes left of presentation. But of course, there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Just find several wars in Israel. The one shown here is the conclusions of the wars in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in Sinai in 1956. The Sixth War of 1967, and then once again 1973. So we just have more and more hostility in Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes extremely anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Covenant Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 75% of Egyptian citizens. Egypt is, of course, a secularized nation at the time. Although the vast majority of people there are Muslim, Egypt is one to its own nation state as well. And this affected Jews very badly because 8% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship of last Muslims. So this is a very massive element for civilization. There are recent levels of physical attacks, bombings, seizures of Jewish property in the 1940s and 50s, and especially after the disastrous failure of the intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel. Several Jews were overseas were caught and were sent to jail, and there's a mass wave of Egyptian expulsion of Jews in the 1950s and 1960s. There is a constant upturn of Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the signing of the David support and also that of the last Jimmy Carter, the president of the United States, and the National Reagan on the right. Ironically, two hawkish individuals who saw the advantage of putting aside their hostility for the sake of peace. Israel gave up a huge amount of territory. The Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in 1967 in exchange for the peace which has basically held solid until the present day. It is not a warm peace. There's all moments of hostility, but this certainly not erupted into full-fledged wars itself. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity, proceeded apace, and according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than 10 Jews in Egypt at that time. So this is linked to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that although we are going to argue this exodus of the Jews from Egypt in the biblical period, a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the total exodus of Jews from Egypt occurred in the lifetimes as a result of the geopolitical exodus. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey good. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic. A bit of a time. It's important to study these topics. It's a very of reflection about creating commemoration of the temple. Most years, this time of year, I spoke about particular tragedy. Today, what I'd like to do is much smaller things that I mentioned as stomachs of innovation. These and arrows and outrageous work smaller individuals that as a result of the exile from the so let's have a quick look at the ideas. So the 17th of the operations solstice is first there was later on in history, international daily offerings starting the 7th century. Most of the first century housing offering strategy but others suggested that this dialogue was
great speaker like but the world that's for example, this extremely offensive, the large this would actually provide this here actually the change itself and its slogan is actually designed by this what literally yeah, concentration just this I'm going to focus my remarks primarily on tribal regions who raise modern children. That's the result of these Western Europeans predominantly Jewish mentality. Small scale distribution is large scale distribution. So people like to just give it that kind of it really seems to be quite dominant in certain aspects of Savior, they all those generations and the small the life that would insights they have there, they're almost just some of our books that here people who are massive have be about and all the time something however you bear this cross are for such stuff. You see this explicitly stated in the gospel is that the mass at the moment of the nations to do with that Jesus says this love upon us our children. The passage most biblical commentators argue that he's referring specifically to the generation that the deity followed Jesus because that's when the temple itself was destroyed and it was kind of like when I was supposed it was kind of like a backwards prophecy that get the time to start thereafter illustrated the consequences of the but after papers or for access have taken up the spectrum then they have taken the rights of all generations of some there is widespread how far back this goes what this refers to is the high school that holy children are
later on in the 19th century, there actually was some custom of children running out to this Jews during the actual start of the driving contest. Children would take stones and drop on the doors and run away. So a little bit further into itself and how the actual foundation started of the 12th Lateran Council the problem that many as the regulators had is it's not always possible to identify Jews in the street, particularly if the northern is identical Johnson. The Muslim group is very similar to this, where Jews are required, for example, to wear certain colors, like white turbans, for example, or for other colors. So, yes, this possible implication of the application of the Quebec as so this job is to put that together, but the most common is not start as a the first to know that people are around really Lego job. It's supposed to be an imitation of Judas's secret pieces for prophecy of very common. In this particular picture, by the way, is with red light in charge of Simon transition from the left push office it's very distinct. The badges and the Another example of this is order equality. Jews are type of that was chosen for Jews to use. So Jews did have some rights that they could pursue instead of laws of the laws of existence. Maybe certain things taken up in the local magistrate. But it's order to for the most situations. Another insult to the conflict of ourselves. One of us would just separate other insult that I is obviously something the church advocates and push back as right up until the where West Go and listen to our lecture topic against your will. This new years would not be doing that. As a matter of fact, like public welfare, these guys year after year, generation, it's phenomenal that this kind of thing would go on. But I think the reason why we forgot is it's actually just smaller than so it's more of a much larger tragedies and also like the pause and moment to reflect that most of the history that I like to treat these series as much more positive than that David Owens literary innovations and all kinds of things like this, social developments. One of the day lecture Lester Thomas said under the Paul II in the 15th century, the annual race of the Greeks was initiated in the Roman history. And since history of actually has diverted to specifically for talent, but it was not eliminated for a hundred years. And in fact, it was euphemism in Greece would say but again, for more than a century, the annual race of the Jews took place in America. This was basically a bullying race. Typically, but not always good just one process, but down the stretch of the road, to left historically stand year to year, those are certain observations added to the school. This not have to face foot, especially when you have to bear heights that the they can 6 feet for the hour with you and reflect on some of these smaller level tragedies. It's very rare when their lives as a result of it's not kids, but nevertheless, it's not a typical psychologically traumatized. It is perhaps fitting to sort of take up preparation for these 3 weeks of the meditate on all of them because remember before the destruction process with that, I want to thank you very much for your interest. But also, I think what this means for society today, because there are so many, we are living in a future racial disparities, especially systemic racism, and blacks reflecting on historic experiences Welcome to this lecture that I titled Sectarian Infighting and the Fall of Jerusalem. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of the month of Av, that we are currently in Jewish calendar. This is the anniversary of the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, under the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews. Historically, the Rothschild ghetto went through its deportation, so getting on Tisha B'Av, the Spanish Inquisition, especially the expulsion, is associated with Tisha B'Av. There's so many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including, for Ashkenazi Jews, weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, and for the 9 days coming up to Tisha B'Av, which are called simply the 9 days, Jews don't eat meat, they don't drink wine, they allow their beards to grow in deeper, and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. And what I'd like to do with our time together today is to look specifically at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which was especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. And we'll, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic community, we're looking at the Judeans, we're looking at early Christians, mention the Albanians as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do over the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that are all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular. Try and hope that we would do a some really more of what the rabbis meant when they said that these baseless hatreds that just go. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for lectures. I went to a different source that I hadn't read to do that before. This is a fresh on memory. Imre Schuler, who was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good this work was in the 19th century. Even though it's, you would think that something published over 100 years ago would be dated, created suffer from a lot of disabilities of historiographic approaches. His narrative of is very fresh and quite cogent. It is so much so that I don't know the English translation, but his history was actually republished at the end of the 20th century with additions with extra footnotes to help us catch up with a lot of scholarship that's happened since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Edward Schuler's account of the 20th century. Also looking at modern research, of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on